者の赤棒だマニアの自分からまりだや
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the monastery, the open bar of the internet, the world's greatest shit show, and the place where we, the good brothers and sisters of this most holy of temples, seek enlightenment through the drunkest, craziest, and most batshit ways possible. I am your one and only gaming monk, better known as Mildra, and with me I have a newcomer into the temple, a fellow man of culture, especially when it comes to the weird and wonderful world of Japanese tabletop, Mr. Observer himself, the one and only Theodore Locus. How you doing today, man?
Hey, everybody. I am, well, I do know, right, honestly. It's been a non-eventful day so far, and I'm just, kind of been waiting for it. It's just okay, well, I'm having, this thing in, 4 hours, so might as well just do nothing. So effectively, just sat down and did exactly what I'm doing right now in Image, and just read a book. And I was basically just relaxing and doing, some business stuff. Hello there, guys. Well, I'm gonna introduce myself a bit further. I am Theodore Locus. I'm a bit of a librarian, a bit of a psychologist, a bit of a TTRPG enthusiast, a bit of literally everything, honestly. I'm from Zenith Virtual Entertainment Generation Zero, and I'm here to discuss various tabletops, Japanese, and their admitted benefits, in my opinion, towards the Western, comparatively speaking to the Western TTRPGs, and also maybe not so much of advantages, but disadvantages compared to Western TTRPGs, because this, obviously, they exist, obviously.
Yeah. Now, one of the traditions I have when I bring in newcomers to the temple is something of the humble beginnings. And obviously, with the subject matter at hand, there's two angles with the humble beginnings. We'll get into that. But the first one to focus on would be just your introduction to tabletop role-playing games as a whole.
My introduction to tabletop games happened around, well, give or take 2012, I want to say. Something around that, yeah. Where I was actually on the internet, yeah. I was on the internet, and I stumbled my way into a peculiar site. Was it Roll20, or was it Roll20 appeared later?
2012, Roll20 would have been pretty early in its lifespan.
Yeah, it appeared 2012, exactly 2012, launched September 17th, 2012, and I stumbled into it about December 2012. It was a very budding site, and I was like, okay, what the fuck is this, right? Obviously, there was not nearly as much stuff happening there back then, because, well, ultimately speaking, it was just the beginning site and nobody really knew it. It wasn't the giant that is today, where people go, if you want to play online TTRPGs, go play Roll20 or whatever, right? There was no other alternatives, sure, but it was the biggest one. It wasn't the biggest one yet either. I found a small group to play some dorky D&D. It was either third edition, or because fifth edition was fifth edition came out in 2012. D&D fifth edition when it would come out 2 years later, actually. after 2012 because it came out in 2014. So I started in a third edition, actually, 3.5, if I'm not mistaken, and then I sort of spread out from there. I started searching for other games. I stuck with D&D for a while, right? Because obviously I didn't know other games were a thing. And I started playing like every once in a while. I played D&D campaigns. Obviously, knowing how it is usually with online groups, didn't last long.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's just groups that last for a long time period of times are one in a million. That's just how it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I ended up enjoying various games from there, like Pathfinder, like much later down the line Lancer, much later down the line Warhammer 40k, both fantasy and 40k.
Mm-hmm.
Much later down the line, I enjoyed many other games. Fate, many powered by the Apocalypse games. I also tried just to try it out how that works. But all it started from a humble little campaign about going to murder some goblins in 3.5.
Yeah. Now, on the Japanese tabletop end of things, what was your entry point on that?
My Japanese entry point actually happened a few years ago. When like 2 years ago, I would say, yeah, 2 years ago. When I was starting my journey as basically as a person who likes VTubing, like I was starting almost 2 years ago. I was starting my journey as a VTubing. I haven't streamed yet back then, but I was starting because I needed to like prepare the model. Just FYI, a model thing works it's months. It's just months. When you set up a work on model, it's gonna be months until you get it.
Mm-hmm.
Depending on the artist, obviously, depending on the rigor, but still, it's gonna be months. I started getting the model about March of the year 2022, and then I got my final model, like fully rigged and everything, about September. Just
Yeah.
but okay, obviously, knowing how fancy my model is and how detailed my model is, fair enough. Not every person will have such an experience with it. But so, back to the topic. I entered the group that has been playing a little. That's how started playing a little game called Imaclore.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lesser known TTRPG of Japanese kind that came out relatively recently, actually, and it exists only officially in Japanese. Right? There's fan translations, obviously, but it exists officially only in Japanese. It's kind of an offshoot of Call of Cthulhu. It was inspired by it a lot. Because in Japan, Call of Cthulhu is one of the most popular TTRPGs ever,
Oh yeah.
and
It's
they love it.
Call of Cthulhu is probably the largest for I say foreign, but but you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Over in Japan, and there are some reasons for that that I've surmised over the years.
Yeah.
Um, but I'm guessing after that, just everything exploded out from there.
Yeah, and I realized that I really enjoy the ethics behind a lot of the production when it comes to Japanese tabletop. They are, from what I surmise so far from seeing all the Japanese systems, they place a lot of the time. They place a completely different focus on different things when it comes to role play in general. Um, some of them plays more focus on the arcadey nature. Obviously, there's modules that go like fully to basically a board game style, right? But a lot of these they do it in a way that facilitates role play above number rolls, which kind of leans into what I enjoy about TTRPGs in the first place. I enjoyed the role play, I enjoyed the character stories, I enjoyed the interactions between the various personalities, I enjoyed the world changing around us, etc., etc. So McClure, being the way it is very classless, obviously, as it is offshoot of the Call of Cthulhu, and you play paranormal investigators, right? Instead of putting points into classes and stuff, you put points into your peculiar abilities, right? There's base abilities that everyone have, and you can like put points, certain points into like this ability and this ability and this ability, and you get advanced versions of certain abilities. Like there's gather information, right? And there's like standard I see, I understand, and there's like gather information that's a bit more advanced, right? So you can put the points there, and you can give you can have a bigger chance of getting something out of it, right? Than if you were just doing the basic ability, which you don't have any points in, right?
Yeah.
It's a roll under system, actually.
Hmm. Yeah,
Um,
as pretty much everything that uses the basic role playing model is.
yeah, it's a roll under system. So you roll. Japanese love their 2d6s, but it's you roll 2d6.
Hmm.
You roll 2d6, and you have a certain ability. Like, for example, you have an 8, right?
Hmm.
That's like one of the biggest abilities you have. You have an 8. You're probably not gonna miss, right? You're probably not gonna miss this ability because you need to roll under 8 out of 12. Like, that's just very low percentage chance of it actually working, not working out in your favor, which I do like. You can have those abilities if you like specifically go into it. You can have a more of a you can have bigger advantage over other people. Also, point giving points into those abilities increases the amount of dice you roll. So basically, you have say you have a census stat which you have distributed points in. Like, for example, you have strength body like of 5, right? That's the base level of 5 that you need to roll under 5 to succeed. Then you add 2 points of those points or 2 levels onto ability of, I don't know, do you even lift bro, right? And it's just like you have 7 in it right now, but instead of 1 dice you now roll 2 dice,
Hmm.
and that's how it works. That's basically how it works. You roll 2 dice, 2d6s, and there's like if you succeed more than once, it's 2 successes, so it's even more successful than 1 success, right? So it allows a lot of a customization and a lot of like focusing on what exactly you want out of a character. And I noticed that in a lot of the Japanese systems I play, that's sort of the basic idea. You focus on what makes your character stand out, and you really need to kind of know what you want.
Hmm. And for me, I'm what some would call an old man given my experiences, because
Hmm.
I've talked about this in the past. I started out when I was way too young to start out. I was 10 years old when I started my TTRPG journey.
Hmm.
Um, because around that time I was practically obsessed with game books. Um,
Ah.
whether it be Choose Your Own Adventure, whether it be Blood Sword, whether it be Lone Wolf, and so on.
Hmm.
And I was already a big fan of board games and card games, as it were, just games of all kinds. Um, and then
Of course.
somebody brought up D&D to me using Redbox. I think it was probably Beck Me era Redbox. I can't remember which version, because there's like 5 different versions of original D&D.
Hmm.
But I went through it. I had no clue what I was doing early on. Um, Eventually I started to get a clue of what I was doing, and then expanded out to other things. One of those being Rifts, and well, Rifts has been my whipping boy for decades now, and just constantly expanding out from there. Some ideas stuck more than others. I've loved stuff like L5R and Exalted for years, and some stuff didn't stick as well, like say Tune or some iterations of Fate.
Hmm. Of course.
Oh, and of course my love-hate relationship with the various circles that's around D&D. But eventually, eventually I end up diving further into the indie scene. and it
Hmm.
was through diving to the indie scene through places like Giant in the Playground, like The Forge, even TG and 1KM 1KT that led me to discover Japanese tabletop.
Hmm.
And at first, it was just a passing curiosity, a bunch of stuff that looked interesting, but I didn't think I'd be able to see a translation of. And
Yeah.
then I discovered Lewin Cooley of Yaruki Zero Games when he was just doing blogs, and I had through that found out about Made, which, contrary to certain people, Made is the first Japanese TTRPG to be translated into English officially. I
Yeah.
know that one of Katakawa's Twitter accounts tried to claim that the Konosuba one was the first, but no. I you It is a free
It.
country and you are free to be
Yeah.
wrong. And
Yeah.
and in Made came out in 2008. It was a a aggressive parody by Ryo Kamiya of the Maid Cafe phenomenon. And
Yes.
it is there's two phases to people understanding Maid. There's the people looking at it from the outside looking and going, "What the fuck is this?"
Of course.
And then there's the people who look a little bit further into it and realize the beauty and terror of what it actually is.
Oh yeah, of course.
Uh,
When I first looked at Made myself as well, I was like, "What the fuck is this?" Same reaction. Honestly, same reaction. What the fuck is this? But then I got curious and I looked into it and I realized how delightfully hilarious it can get. Like genuinely.
mhm.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
it's
and
definitely something that I'm like, okay, okay, I can see you. I can see you, Japan. I can see you.
yeah, and
Oh,
then I found out about Double Cross, then Tenra, I was one of the early adopters of Tenra. I still have the hardcover books. Um, Tenra Bancho Zero.
your microphone cut out, might maybe. I think
Uh,
you're
so
suddenly silent.
yeah, sorry about that. Um, what I was saying is that after my foray with discovering Maid, then that led me to stuff like Tenra, now Tenra Bancho
Yeah,
Zero,
yeah.
um, and then and around the same time, Double Cross,
Oh yeah.
and it just kept expanding outward. There was and eventually finding some fan translations of different stuff. One of one of them being the fan translation stuff of the Log Horizon TTRPG, which is a lot better than what some people would think. I know a lot of people have this mindset probably because of a video game background that um game adaptations of IP are always terrible.
Yeah, that's not exactly usually the common on the Japanese side. From what I've seen so far, if the game is made by Western developers, sometimes like Dark Souls TTRPG, it's not exactly perfect.
Don't get me
It's
started.
it's
I
just
I
um
we my buddy Zan and I did a stream where we talked about an article discussing the Dark Souls RPG, and first off, the fact that they used fifth edition, you'd think that would be my problem. Not entirely. The problem that I had was that they created issues that didn't need to exist. The whole thing of trying to combine health and stamina into position, but still having them act like both, was a problem you didn't need to make.
was a stupid decision, honestly.
That and trying to do classes with it when and Souls likes in general are not class based affairs.
Definitely not.
Uh, but when it comes to TTRPG adaptations of IPs, it is not consistent. You've got some that are all time classics, and you've got some that are a little less so. Uh, like there's a kind of peaks and valleys set up with um, Star Wars over the years. There was the D6 version by West End Games, which is considered one of the most revered entries of its era. Um, there was the first attempt with D20, which only lasted, I think, like 2 years, and then Wizards of the Coast decided to focus on miniatures for a while. Then they came
Of
back at
course.
it with Saga Edition, and Saga Edition was great.
Yeah.
And of course, there's the FFG stuff, which I like. Some people don't. I do find a certain irony in somebody railing about symbol-based dice, and I look at them and go, "Motherfucker, you're playing Fate.
Yeah.
Like Fate has been using fudge dice since day one. Don't get on me about how symbol dice are bad when that's exactly what you're using."
Yeah.
And then when it comes to like Star Trek, you have a similar ups and downs thing. Although in one of the cases, the down wasn't exactly the developer's fault; it was outside factors. But on the other end, you have things like the Power Rangers RPG that actively managed to piss me off, and you and stuff like Marvel Universe back in the early 2000s that was trying
I'm just laughing at this point. I just at this point every time people mention Marvel Universe because I've had my own interesting experience with a lot of Marvel stuff, both on the player side and GM side, and on just like system side. Just like I'm just laughing at this point.
Yeah, but Marvel Universe was a more in-house thing, and Marvel was attempting to try and compete with D&D Third Edition in 2001 ish with a diceless game, and even I could have told you that was going to be doomed.
Yeah.
Diceless games are always going to be a very specific niche. There's especially given how few diceless games there are out there even now. Like I only have a handful, and it's one of those things that a lot of people. It takes a bit of unlearning to get into the diceless game concept.
Yeah.
I'm not slagging it by any means. It's just one of those things you have to recognize that you're gonna be dealing with something a bit different. And
Yeah.
because of that, it didn't last long as opposed to some of the other ones. Then but the point is that it's all over the place, but there's more hits than misses when it comes to adapting. And when it comes to when it came to the Long Horizon one, that one was pretty damn good. There was the early translations before we got an official one of Kamigakari, and of course and most recently my two big white whales have been Tokyo Nova and Sword World, which there was a rudimentary translation of Tokyo Nova some time ago. I like the one that's currently being worked on a hell of a lot better.
Of course.
Especially since an easy way to get my attention is to have cards as one of your resolution mechanics, as your primary resolution mechanic. Let me clarify so people don't throw Savage Worlds at me, because that card-based initiative Savage World doesn't count for this.
Yeah, it doesn't. I was a one game I actually do know about. It's Princess Swing. That's what it is. Princess Swing. It's entirely based on cards.
Mm-hmm.
It's card combat. You actually have a deck that uses your abilities as a card, and you burn decks. You burn card to dodge, and you like have two of a kind, and you can do a combo attack. It's like entirely card based system. No dice.
Yeah,
Princess Wing would be a cool one to mention if we're speaking about the diceless games that are involved,
Yeah,
that do exist and can be done pretty
although
nicely, actually.
I should clarify, whenever I refer to a game as diceless, what I mean by that is no RNG. Period. So I still count card based affairs as having as not being diceless because of the fact that they do have just a different kind of randomization. Just
Well, yeah, of course. It's just like it's definitely a breath of fresh air, though. Definitely.
well, and this is one of the big patterns that I've noticed. Obviously, there's the variety thing, but I remember somebody asking me once why that's a thing, and I have my own theories. One of the big ones is the way that the TTRPG scene developed in Japan, because D&D had been introduced very early on in the TSR era, and I often bring up the Japanese version of the Rules Cyclopedia whenever I do the debate about why I don't care for the term JRPG on a video game sense. But there were a couple of problems. One of them was TSR not being willing to play ball with people, and this Japan wasn't the only case. There was also what happened in Germany that led to Das Schwarz Auge. Basically, TSR didn't want to play ball with people, so the company they were working with said, "Fine, we'll make our own D&D with blackjack and hookers." And so DSA, or the Dark Eye, came about through that. And in the case of Japan, the way I understand the story from what I've been able to dig around is that there was the combination of TSR just not being willing to play ball with people, especially group SNE, and also the appearance and popularity of Tunnels and Trolls, which kind of came along and stole its thunder.
I see.
And as far as why TSR would not be willing to play ball, this is one of those things where context is key, because we're dealing with mid to late 80s TSR. And this means that we're dealing with TSR in the Lorraine Williams era. I have spoken with people who've worked with TSR in one form or another. One of them being the late Jim Ward, who sadly passed away not too long ago. And whenever I ask about Lorraine Williams, I get two responses: either nothing at all, or nothing nice. Take your pick, which is worse. Like one of the big things is that she was responsible for pushing a Buck Rogers TTRPG. And it was very clear to everyone that the main reason was because her family owned the license. But who the hell was going to know who Buck Rogers was in 1986?
Definitely a good question. Definitely a good question.
I associate Buck Rogers with like the comic strips from like the 60s and 70s. And in 1986, when Star Wars had kind of come in as the dominant voice in space opera. Not to mention, instead of doing something smart like using Star Frontiers, which already had an established fan base, as kind of the basis, they used a modified version of AD&D.
Yeah, honestly, it definitely. Thing is, I think that doesn't really work when you try to jam something that doesn't like necessarily have the same vibe you want to go with. You're just lazy. At this point, you're just lazy, right? That's for me. When you try to jam like 5e into other things, or you try to jam like simplified versions of certain other TTRPGs into things, you're just lazy at this point, because there's a big chance it will misfire a lot. That's why a lot of the times Japanese systems, for I understand, they utilize a very simple 2d6 system, right? But on from this point on, they kind of differentiate themselves a lot. Like the plus system, there is a Sword World. You add your modifiers, you add everything to it. Like everything is 2d6, but you still add modifiers. In again, Imaclar, I mentioned, you don't have any modifiers whatsoever. You just see how low you need to roll in order for you to get the crit. That's basically it.
Hmm.
Well, not crit, but a success, right?
Yeah.
It's just like each of them have their own flavor of things that has been grown from a very simple and humble beginnings, which is
Hmm.
2d6.
And the reason why 2d6 has that dominating of a position, although there's been some exceptions, especially
Of course,
recently,
yeah,
is due to the fact that more complex polyhedrals were harder to get in Japan for the longest time. It's not that it was impossible. It's just that it was easier to get something at a bookstore than it was a full-on hobby store, depending on where you were.
yep.
Oh,
I remember reading about that story and finding it quite fascinating that the reason why 2d6 is so widespread is because they just didn't have any other dice.
but I'm not sure if you saw the mini doc regarding Sword World history that the translation team did, but in the early days there was an attempt to try and make Sword World into a D&D campaign setting. Problem
Yeah.
was problem was Group S&E was just having no luck getting in contact or getting TSR to actually play nice with them.
Yeah.
So they had
I
no
remember
choice.
I remember the history of way back when this whole thing started. It was called Record of Lodos, if I'm not mistaken. That's where it like genuinely started in, right?
Rec it's not a direct thing. Record of Lodos was something that was developed in parallel because Real
Well, yeah, it
Mizuno
was a it was like
was
starting point of it all of the
yeah
sword world, but it's not like directly related, but it's a starting point.
yeah um because that was a campaign setup that Ryo Mizuno was already doing because of the people who were part of that group S&E. He was the main one who knew how to run both D&D and AD&D, especially
Hmm.
since Advanced Dungeons and Dragons wasn't translated in Japanese at the time. Uh, and the eventually both kind of developed alongside each other, and he didn't. A lot of the early stuff that would become Sword World was what I think Mizuno called kitchen sink fantasy. just just doing that grab bag until you develop something specific, and it was more out of a push to have something more in house for Karakawa.
Hmm.
Um, there was a similar thing that led to the creation of Dragon Quest. You know, where Jump wanted some kind of in-house role-playing game for their magazines. Um,
Yeah.
and eventually, when the TSR thing didn't work out, they scrambled to find another approach, which makes them a very good parallel to Fallout
Yeah.
and
Actually, it does.
how the special system was because Steve Jackson Games didn't want to play ball when it came to using GURPS as what was done with Wasteland,
Yes.
and because that was spurned, probably because they were busy getting raided by the Secret Service over a misunderstanding.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely sounds about right. Honestly.
Well, that's because that's what it. In the early days of the net, somebody looked at GURPS Cyberpunk and thought it was a hacking manual and panicked.
That's that sounds so so 90s. I don't know why it sounds so 90s to me, but it sounds so 90s. Like, I remember when I looked at early reports of DJRPGs, and every person was like the news reports saying like, "Oh, this math, it's Satan's work. It's Satan." You know, remember those times?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I remember. I've gotten it. I I had an incident with a preacher about that kind of thing who learned very quickly: do not poke the bear.
Yeah, yeah. It's just like it's just math rocks. What the fuck do you mean?
Yeah,
It's just people sitting around the table and rolling dice. Like what's Satan? I watched a movie actually called by people who dislike D&D. I found it on JonTron channel when he was reviewed it and was
it
like, I
was
need to
Monsters
watch
and
this. What the
Mazes,
fuck?
wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Of course, it was Monsters and Mazes.
Of course, it was
If
Monsters and Mazes.
if by some miracle I ever meet Tom Hanks, which I don't think I ever will, I'm going to have to ask him about that and watch the light in his eyes just die.
Yes, I imagine so too.
Because every actor has that one role that they do not like talking about. I'd imagine that was his, or
Yep.
at worst, it's just a case of it was a job.
Yeah, it's just like I do find it kind of hilarious how all these kind of situations do happen
Yeah,
when it's like people is like this they don't understand anything about it and they just understand like very like surface level stuff and they decide to go out of the way to make something and it's just like it's so hilarious to people who actually know what it is. It's like this it's almost turns into a comedy at this point.
um, now, the funny thing about Monsters and Mazes is I am very well aware of the story that is adapting. You can't see it, but I'm doing massive finger quotes on that.
Yes, yes, yes.
And how it ended up leading to one of the more infamous false rumors of D&D players hiding out in steam tunnels. I don't know about you, but I would rather play I would rather play a TTRPG in a nice, well lit, comfortable room than
Yeah.
than a sweaty ass steam tunnel. What the
Yeah,
hell?
exactly, exactly.
Besides, sewers aren't that big, people.
Yeah.
And
It's also like and there is another movie as well called Dark Dungeons,
hmm,
where they basically did this thing. This what some hyper Christian person did this very low budget movie, right? And it's just like they're doing it like in fucking robes around like candles. Let's get out our dices and pray to Satan as we roll dice. What the fuck? Like there's an actual movie like that. It's
yeah,
just
it's look. I know Satanists. Nobody's that fucking stupid. They
yeah.
don't wear the fucking robes.
Yeah, it's just They all it's just like dark lighting and robes, and it's just like it's just like someone and it's a party, and everyone is like cool kids there apparently because D&D is apparently in their eyes is something that the cool party kids do. Definitely something they do that. Yeah, they do. They so do it. The jocks love D&D. Like it's so misunderstanding. It's such a big misunderstanding
Hmm.
and misconception of what it is by nature that it becomes hilarious
Hmm.
because it literally portrays people playing D&D who never play D&D.
Yeah, it's absolutely hilarious. I will freely admit that. Um, now getting back on the rails.
Hmm.
Whenever it whenever it comes to when it comes to different approaches that I've seen in Japanese tabletop, obviously one of the big ones is a love for one shots and a love for not not using the grid combat approach. Most that I've seen are either doing theater of the mind or doing something more abstract. And I would say, and this is where things get interesting because that there's this mindset in the West
Hmm.
of that you need to have miniatures and all of that kind of stuff. The thing
Of
is,
course.
though, a lot of that is just due to the early role playing games being offshoots of the wargaming scene from the 70s. But over in Japan, that wargaming scene never really took root because, well, space is at a premium, and even a skirmish war game is going to take up a lot of space.
Yep.
Plus, from what Sutra and a few other people have said, a lot of games are played by renting out in karaoke rooms.
Yes. There's definitely not a lot of the it's either karaoke rooms or internet cafes.
Hmm.
They spend a lot of time doing those TTRPG sessions. I can't say because I've been in Japan over a while ago and I didn't really manage to get into it. They don't really have a concept of game shops. I don't think so, or at least I did never have been to one when I was there. They mostly spend a lot of their like nerdy times basically either in school clubs because they have a really big culture of clubs after school. They have culture clubs, they have sports clubs, and they also have the separate thing of internet cafes. Internet cafes are often like all encompassing. You can play games, you can do math homework, you can sleep there occasionally if you want to. You can play games all day if you really want to. And obviously, that's the same kind of period and space where they engage in TTRPG systems, different kinds, and they that's why a lot of the Japanese systems are built based off like shorter-ish campaigns. They allow you to have a very short time with it, like only 3-ish hours, because like they have very short amount of time where they're not busy with stuff, right? Or it's on weekends. If it's on weekends, that's fine. They can spend the entire day doing that shit.
And of course, for me, who's currently running a Sword World actual play, that works perfectly fine because I like to separate my set. I like to treat my sessions as individual episodes. And incidentally, it's been interesting getting people into that and seeing how they adapt. A good chunk of them are already burned out on D&D as the standard anyways, so they're more willing to work with how I do things. Um, Although I did make a few changes because I never play anything as written.
Mm-hmm.
The big one was I had told people that any class combination is on the table except warlocks. Warlocks are off the table. And
Understandable, yeah.
there were a couple of reasons I was doing that. One of the modules I was going to be running is Demon's Line, and I didn't think it would be all that fitting to do one where demons are going to be the main enemy and have somebody who is messing around with demons. And two, I like Warlock, don't get me wrong, but Warlock has probably the highest skill floor of any casting class in Sword World.
Oh yeah, most definitely,
Uh,
most definitely. It's something you have to really, really pay attention to because demons are not going to be like, "Oh, I'm good now. I'm friends with you." They're gonna try to like claw their way out of the contract and stuff. That's one thing. That's role play thing. The
mhm.
other thing is that you have to constantly upkeep yourself, like constantly catch newer demons. Much more dangerous than the previous ones in order to be relevant, and you also need to upkeep your own spells.
Yeah,
It's just like
there's the fact that you have a spell list and a whole subsystem regarding summoning that you have to be mindful of is the reason why I decided, yep, maybe if I do a different campaign, like maybe if I have them go through Vice City when that gets translated, maybe I might consider it for then because then they'd have some experience. But
yeah,
for the
exactly.
first
This is
time,
just like you when the first time play, it's easier to focus on stuff like core rulebook 1, core rulebook 2, but definitely not the a lot of the expansions because a lot of the expansions they basically are assuming that you already are aware of everything, the core book 1, core book
mhm,
2, etc., etc. And they're assuming you already have knowledge of how systems work in this game, so they provide you with expanded options in terms of like classes. Warlock is by far the most complicated class in the game.
yeah. Um, and we have a decent spread, although we have we have too many gishes in
So
a good amount of it. Um, along with the fact that our we our two main frontliners have evolved into battlefield menaces, and I did decide to have a bit of fun with both of them, and allow them to dip into the school system that was introduced in Battle Mastery.
yeah.
Um, it's, especially since one of the schools that was in that was perfect for one of the characters who's basically a fighter sorcerer Gish, and
Yeah. I love those.
of course because of that allows for a lot of fun with multi action.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Uh, since if Warlock is the highest floor, I'd say Sorcerer is the lowest.
Yeah, I would say so. It's very simple. My favorite one, the when it comes to schools so far, since they released recently, actually, a supplement for the world stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They released all very recently supplements. Let me see, world guides. They recently released the guide for Burlight,
Yep.
and I kind of really enjoy the vibe of Burlight, and also the specific martial arts, which is they somehow managed to start to turn something pretty goofy into something pretty dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
But the pole weapons, Estelle style pole dancing, it's kind of unique. It's definitely very unique.
Yeah, I should note one easy way to get my attention when it comes to a TTRPG is giving giving a variety of actions for martial characters,
Oh,
and
definitely.
that comes from a lifetime of having to deal with the argument of, oh, fighters aren't supposed to be powerful, or the martial character doing nothing but basic attack all damn day.
Yeah, yeah. I'm also very tired of that.
And
Um, yeah,
the funny thing about the fighters that are not supposed to be powerful is that it always comes from casting focused characters who have like pages upon pages of spells, and they only use maybe 5 of them. But if they don't but
yeah,
if you take away one of their spells, they fucking and I know that's the case because I've been in those conversations with playtesters of various games and seen that particular mindset.
yeah.
I think
Definitely
one of
same.
my most infamous flare-ups with that mindset was my time with Tome of Battle back in D&D Third Edition.
Yeah.
Uh, I'm not if you don't recall, Tome of Battle was an attempt to give additional options to martial characters through the different schools, and they outright admitted that I think Final Fantasy, Devil May Cry, and Suikoden were some points of inspiration they were drawing upon,
Hmm.
and it caused a bit of a stir because a lot
Of
of people were
course it
like,
is.
"What? Why are you making fighters into casters? You're stepping on the toes of casters with this." And I was like, kind it's kind of hypocritical to make that kind of claim when Codzilla exists. You know, cleric or druid, where somebody who knows what they're doing with either of those classes is an entire party by themselves. Or
Yeah.
there's spells like knock, which I outright banned because because I felt it was stepping on the toes of other archetypes. Like, why have a thief in your party when you can just have a wizard cast knock? You know,
Yeah.
and I had warned people that you're going to deal with a whole generation who didn't get their start through Tolkien or Moorcock or the classic entries when it comes to fantasy and sword and sorcery. Maybe they got their introduction through manga. Maybe they got their introduction through um, through more recent films or through video games. And some of those people are going to become game designers and will design games fitting that.
Hmm.
And I think I was proven right in the years since, the but if you look at the analogy that I use is this. Since a lot of people don't want me using weeb analogies for this kind of thing, I won't. Let me use an old classic with, say, Zorro.
Yeah.
So you look at a fight scene in any iteration of that character, whether it be the old black and white shorts, or the cartoon from the '90s, or the Banderas movies. You have a lot of footwork, a lot of parries, a lot of riposte, a lot of the dance to fight to get advantage. And
Yeah.
you let's say somebody watches that, is a fan, gets talked into playing a TTRPG with their buddies, and they're like, okay, I want to do an XP of that because that's something I like.
Yes.
And then they get told that it's just that all they're doing, instead of with all their elaborate parries and swordplay, is just a D20 roll. Kind of deflates the whole thing.
Kind of does. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And what although I will admit that there was one class with Sword World that almost got picked by one of my characters, but they ended up flipping a coin on it, and
Hmm.
that was Battle Dancer.
Yes.
Because I honestly, Battle Dancer I'd say is a medium floor, but for people who want some variety with martials, it is a it's essentially a middle ground class, since it's basically a bastard child of fighter and grappler in a lot of ways.
Yeah, yeah, it is. It's very dancey. I mean, it's in the name, Battle Dancer. It's very like how to say very active from what I've seen. It's like very much flowier than it is grappler, because grappler is like grappler. It's in the name again. A lot of the stuff is in the name. Fighter is fighter, grappler is grappler.
Yeah.
Battle dancer. It's very flowy, very elegant from what I've seen. Though it does have a few restrictions that would make it a bit harder to do if you are not like exactly aware of the systems.
Mm-hmm.
I would say so personally.
Yeah. The big the I often tell people Battle Dancer is for those who want to mess around more with the options provided through combat feats.
Yeah.
And when it comes to grapplers, I often tell people that the big feature with grapplers is that you're not going to be doing a lot of damage, but you're going to be hitting a lot more, since combo attacks are going to be pretty much standard for you.
Yeah.
A lot of the setup is going to be on giving you as many opportunities to attack, or many options for combat. Um, because instead of just a standard weapon attack, you're going to have punches, kicks, and throws.
Yeah.
And as a result, you're going to have multiple. You're going to have a variety of approaches. And I usually tell people, instead of looking at the grappler the way you'd look at a D&D monk, look at it the way you'd look at a character in, say a 3D fighter like Tekken.
Hmm.
And I say that because 3D fighters, as a general rule, tend to focus more on combinations, as opposed to 2D fighters, which are more about spatial control.
Yeah.
And the Battle Dancer can lean into that, but it's more. But the big thing is just that short list of combat feats that they can get access to, which some they're not going to have as much freedom in getting access to those kind of things, along with having
Yeah.
some aspects of the attack progression of the fighter and the evasive progression of the grappler, just not being able to do heavy armor or do some of the combat feats that are going to get more HP. Uh, but it's something to consider, and I do also recall saying that if somebody wanted to do something close to an old school wizard, um, Fairy Dancer. not fairy dancer, fairy tamer. Sorry.
Fairy Tamer, yeah. Fairy Tamer is kind of cute, honestly. One
Yeah.
from what I remember,
Hmm.
the relationship you can have with those fairies is definitely additional dynamic. I would say in terms of roleplay and story potential,
Hmm.
because they can be they can be easily characters themselves, and you get a
Hmm.
pretty big chunk of fairies to utilize.
Yeah. There's there's also the fact that you have I'd say fairy tamers have the widest um spell variety.
Yeah,
They don't have access to all of it, but it's definitely the widest potential because of effectively getting six tracks worth of spells, even if you can only access four of them.
yeah.
Uh, though I will admit that if I ever do some sort of elaborate house rule with Sword World's mechanics, one thing I may consider doing is having it that certain weapons require certain abilities to qualify instead of using just strength.
Yeah, I think if a house rule can be implemented in terms of like the general switch of system, I would say several weapons that I've seen that can be bought and used, they personally get me more skill than strength because like shooting a gun, obviously having strength bonus is kind of weird. Bow maybe strength because you sort of have to draw the bow back, but guns is that's weird. To be fair though, guns is magic most of the time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but it's just like when it comes to rapiers, for example, right? It's kind of irrelevant how much of a strength person you have. Like it's really irrelevant in real world because it's you just need to be quick and stab fast. That's how you need to go about it. But the fact that they still use um, strength to calculate damage on the rapier as well can be a little underwhelming for people who like spec into dexterity a lot of the time, you know. So
Mm-hmm.
definitely something to consider is that there's some weapons that I can't believe I'm saying that, but sometimes taking a cue from 5e is not that bad.
Um, fi- I'm not 5e is not what I ended up taking a cue from
Well,
in
yeah,
in that
yeah.
sense. Truth be told, I'd probably divorce the idea of attribute. I'd either divorce the attribute requirement thing or divorce the idea of needing proficiency as a combat feat. Because in truth be told, with one of the house rules that we have is that at a certain adventure level, you're getting combat proficiency for weapons and armor at certain grades. The reason
Mhm.
I did that is I feel that requiring a certain amount of strength and at the same time requiring a certain proficiency, I think that's doubling down.
I suppose so.
Uh, I can I can understand why that kind of thing is implemented, especially I wouldn't be surprised if some people on design teams of Sword World were fans of Kingsfield or probably more accurately Wizardry because there was a Wizardry RPG in like 1988
Yeah, wouldn't be
and
surprised either.
Wizardry did a lot better in Japan than it did like in the States and was
Yeah,
that was one of the contributing factors that led to the creation of Dragon Quest. Because the there were games like the Black Onyx, which was basically a Wizardry knockoff, just made in Japan, and the popularity of Wizardry is why you have that first person perspective with a lot of battle screens in some early um, console RPGs.
hmm
You know, that's the reason you have that with say Phantasy Star with with Megatan and with Dragon Quest. is
Yeah.
because of the influence of wizardry.
Yeah.
And Dragon Quest was somewhat intended to be a way to do a wizardry like but simplified for the Famicom, as opposed to being another entry on a PC engine, which most of them were at that time. Uh, I
Mm.
can I obviously I can't speak too much on the PC engine model because that never really had much of a foothold where I am. Um,
Yeah, of course.
the 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 PC engine thing I think had more of a foothold in like the UK, but
Mm. Yeah, I would say so too.
but I will I will admit that one of the things that's really helped open the floodgates when it comes to getting more understanding with Japanese tabletop has been Lion Wing. And I may be a little bit biased because of because of my because of the fact that I have had Bradley Hailstrom as a frequent guest on on this show, but they have been doing God's work in terms of bringing a lot more eyes onto Japanese tabletop, and even doing a very smart thing in putting their books in the manga section of bookstores.
Ah, yes, the Lion Wing. I know. I remember when I saw that one, the Shin Megami SMT, the role playing game. They got that out there about a month ago. I watched the video
Mm-hmm.
on their channel as well, talking about the role playing game Tokyo Conception Shin Megami Tensei.
Yep.
I was as a wild fan of Shin Megami Tensei and everything related to that. I was very happy
Mm-hmm.
to see that.
Though there is there's been not as many Megaten or Persona TTRPGs as I would like. Though
Same.
there is one that I often recommend to people that I stumbled across by accident called Grimoire of Heart. Uh,
Yes, I'm aware of that one.
mhm.
It's pretty good. Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, myself.
It's pretty good. It's very well supported and very well designed. Um, I think beyond that, for Persona fans, I'll bring up the Velvet Book, which is a extensive hack of monsters and other childish things.
Yes, I've saw that one as well.
Uh, and when it comes to Lion Wing, my introduction to them was when they were was jeez what I was gonna say Kendemono Opera, but no, that's one of their that's one of their upcoming translations.
Yeah.
Um, it was jeez why is the name escaping me? It was the one that they did just before Convictor Drive, and it is on the Picaresque Roman. That's what it was. And
Ah, I see.
then after that, the same guy who did that, they worked with him again to do a translation of Convictor Drive, which I've seen a lot of people refer to Convictor Drive as the Common Writer TTRPG or as such.
Hmm.
Honestly, I can only agree with that if we're focusing just on Common Writer Fies, because it is.
Yeah, I can see how people, from just glance or general glance over, I can see how people can think about Kamen Rider because like the super transformations, the costumes and everything. I think the sort the inspiration is definitely there, but it might be a bit different though too.
Well, according to Shigure, the designer of the thing, his one of his big inspirations was actually Iron Man,
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I
and
think it's kind of a mix of two. A little bit more Iron Man, but
but
it's also the yeah.
I always got more of a Metal Heroes vibe from it, especially stuff like the Space Sheriff trilogy,
Um.
and even more so Gavan. That may be
That's
biased because because I love Kenji Oba's work.
Uh,
But I look at especially the design of the Adept archetype in Convictor Drive very much gives me the vibe of Space Sheriff Gavan. Although when my buddy Zan and I did our deep dive in the book, we did have a bit of a laugh that one of the weapon options for the Adept is what was described as twin 50 cal pistols. Problem is 50 cal can mean a bunch of different things. I think the intent was some equivalent of Desert Eagles, but it could also mean like 50 Beowulf, which is which is a rifle caliber thing, and you're putting that in a pistol.
oh yeah, that's lovely. That's very anime actually. Just imagine.
It's also a good way to have your wrist commit suicide, but that's just me.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's a good way to have your wrist commit suicide, but it's cool.
Then again, I'm not one to talk because I would repeatedly give ranged characters a version of the noisy cricket from Men in Black.
Huh.
Does a hell of a lot of damage, but also knocks you on your ass and sends you like 30 yards.
Yeah. Small guns, like yeah.
Yeah. Oh, because I like giving my players very powerful but very unsafe equipment.
You know what? That's fair.
Just to see what kind of happens.
Fair. Yeah, you know what? Place yourself against the wall and shoot.
Or in some a lot of cases of are you guys sure this is gonna work? No, but we're gonna use it anyways.
Yeah.
Even
catch me when I fall.
Yeah, even more so if it allows for some form of unconventional use of combat. I ended up doing when I designed a pugilist class for Emberwind, I built a large amount of its mechanics on not just knockback but wall banging. So, and then I realized, wait, there's no rules for wall damage in this. Fuck, we'll invent wall damage rules.
Wall damage. You have been damaged by wall.
Yeah, because one of my early characters, I was playing a monk who had brass knuckles that was a way for me to do a ring of ram without actually having a ring. So it would be a whole lot of punching and then hitting harder so that they get sent flying.
Oh yeah.
Especially since everybody loves the gag of somebody getting uppercutted so hard they leave the atmosphere.
Yeah, Team Rocket blasting off again, but in TJRPG.
I suppose a more accurate example would be God Hand.
Yeah. That sounds about right, honestly.
Yeah. But I will admit that I do want to run Tenra in the future. The only tricky thing is I'd like to do seasons, so I'd have to write things out like I'm doing in episodes of a season. And of course, since it skews towards one shots, that might be tricky. Plus the whole karma thing that Tenra had. Which Tenra's an interesting beast when we're talking about D6 use because that's a roll under pool system.
Yeah. It is right.
Yeah, you're rolling attribute, and you're trying to get a number of hits under skill.
Yeah,
which I suppose certainly fits since there was a bit of time. I think in like the late 80s where Group SNE had a working relationship with FASA. And through that, they brought over Shadowrun and Earth Dawn to Japan. Though the Japanese versions of both are very, very different in terms of their look.
Yeah. Even recently, I've seen there has been an anniversary thing for specifically D&D 5e. They released a pack of things there in Japan,
Mm-hmm.
and actually they contracted an actual mangaka, to draw multiple designs
Mm-hmm.
for a whole party, and they basically made a free pack of usable sheets with character arts attached to them.
Mm-hmm.
And they look very much different aesthetically from the usual type of stuff. If I can find it here really quickly, um, I had it somewhere.
Yeah, and the Japanese Earth Dawn I find very interesting. Putting aside the fact that Earth Dawn is a very interesting game, especially for my kind of aesthetic, and I'm glad to see that it's come back. Um, the Japanese version of Earth Dawn what had a lot of art that was handled by Keita Amamiya,
Mm, familiar name.
and he he's and it was Amamiya and a handful of others. Um he he's had a lengthy history at he and a few others that were involved have a lengthy history in character and monster design in various forms of tokusatsu. Of course,
Success.
Amami is one of my favorite entries that he's done is the Garo franchise, um, which that came out in 2005 and is a very it's a much darker spin when it comes to tokusatsu.
It is. It is. Honestly, one of my favorite ones. That apparently it returns in 2024 as well. Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Garo just quietly will come back whenever it feels like, and it's been at a consistent quality. Like there's been some series that have been better than others, but it's not really had a bad entry.
I definitely like this costume. I can tell you that much. The
Hmm.
link just now. I definitely like this costume.
Oh yeah, yeah. That is the OG. Well, not the OG. There's a few differences in parts of the armor I can see, but yeah, there's been that. There's obviously the narrative aspects of the fact that that form can only be used for 99 seconds. Um,
Oh yeah,
which
yeah, yeah.
I mean, yeah, they play a little bit loose regarding how long is 99 seconds, but having it in the back of your mind helps helps put a degree of stakes onto things.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Oh,
It's kind of like this is not going to be there forever. Like, be prepared.
well, the way it works is if you stay in the form for longer, you run the risk of becoming what's known as a lost beast. Oh,
Yeah.
and falling and becoming something worse. Which is what happened to Kiba in the first series.
Hmm.
But having that kind of threat provides a degree of stakes onto things. And I know that a lot of people are looking into Line Wing because of in reaction to the whole thing with Mega 10. Um, I would advise some of those folks to temper expectations on some aspects, because I think a lot of people who consider themselves fans of Shin Megami Tensei are more fans of Persona than Mega 10. They aren't really as familiar with how Mega 10 will find ways to break you.
Yeah. I think the most depressing thing for me personally, as a Mega 10 fan, is that when people speak about Persona, they don't really speak about it as if it's it's a spin-off. They kind of think it's the main series at this point, even though it's the spin-off of the Shin Megami Tensei.
Mm-hmm.
And understandably, because Persona over time kind of evolved into being a completely different, its own thing, and it's often a bit neutered in its like themes and stuff. It's not as dark as it could have been. It's not as interesting to me personally, at least.
Yeah. It's more. I think the reason that ended up happening is it's going to be easier for people to connect with characters than it is with a world. Shin Megami Tensei hasn't really been a character-focused affair for the longest time.
It hasn't been, yeah.
I'd say the closest to it, and even that's a stretch, is maybe 4. I still haven't played 5 yet, so I'm holding judgment on that.
Megaten 4 is definitely a bit more character focused than Megaten 3 and before, and Devil Summoners and whatever the hell. It definitely focuses more on the vibe of what would become Persona, I think, later. Even though it still is chaos, order, etc., etc., it still has that vibe to it.
Yeah, and truth be told, if there's one spin-off that was kind of a middle ground between the mindset of core Megaten and Persona, it was probably Digital Devil Saga.
Yeah, agreed.
And truth be told, when I finally get my hands on the Tokyo Conception project, I might see if I can hack some stuff together to make a Avatar tuner archetype.
Oh, that's definitely that sounds interesting.
Yeah, I wouldn't do a samurai archetype a la 4, because there wouldn't really be a whole lot that I'd need to do for that. I mean, it would just be a human with just a comp unit.
Yeah, basically.
I mean, it certainly can be done, but there's not as much challenge in that.
Yep.
But I do think that it's a smart move. From what I've seen, that it's a smart move that they're not doing the same plus turn mechanic that's in Megaten, because even in the video games that could get out of hand.
Yeah, I would say so too. Honestly,
it's a case of when it works in your favor, it's great. When it works against you, it's horrifying.
Yeah. I would say I would agree on that personally. Yeah,
but
yeah.
I do remember a while back before that showcase. Bradley had told me that they were working on some stuff that would be relevant to me as a historian. I didn't know that one of the things that would imply would be Where's Blade, which has been something I've known about for a while, but I didn't think I'd actually get to see how it's going to work firsthand. And Where's Blade is going to be an interesting beast, since it is tackling an archetype that I'd like to see more often, and we really don't see as much as I'd like in anime and manga. And that is doing mecha, but leaning more fantasy instead of SF.
Yeah.
This is when a lot of the stuff with Where's Blade started coming outward. There was comparisons between this and Escaflowne, as well as 5-star stories. Honestly, I see more of the latter than the former, though I might be a bit biased because Escaflowne is a weird beast, where you have an anime and a manga that are so vastly different from each other. They're almost like two different shows. Having a background with the anime and then reading the manga was a bit of a bit of a whiplash, because I can't underestimate how different they are from each other.
Yes. Actually, it's so impressive how sometimes the manga and anime can be so different from each other. Just literally, it's just like, and there's old series. Like I can think the most mainstream examples I can find in my brain are Full Metal Alchemist original series and the
Brotherhood.
Helsing, brother, yeah, and Helsing also, the original Helsing
So
comparatively to manga, as well as Soul Eater. Soul Eater was a fucking travesty, what it was.
there's a common thing with a lot of the ones you mentioned in that they were adapting manga that were not finished yet.
Yes, yes, yes,
Um,
yes.
I could also throw I could throw Akira into that mix, but Akira's a weird beast where it wasn't quite finished when the movie was in production, and then the movie kind of led to some of the stuff that Otomo would put into later volumes of the manga.
Hmm.
So it's a weird symbiotic relationship
Yeah,
there.
it's really symbiotic. As one side imagined something else, and the mangaka went, "Ha,
Yeah.
I like this." And decided to put this in.
Hmm.
I kind of like that too. About the comment right now, actually, from in the comments, I'm just going to reply. Soul Eater was an interesting case because it was a batshit insane in manga, but in anime, they basically decided to cut it off in the most unsatisfying way possible instead of using like transition to like season two, if potentially
Hmm.
possible, right? Waiting a
Yeah.
bit before the anime, but they decided to go with the most unsatisfying option possible. Even though it was right there, he could have used the time skip that happened between some parts of Soul Eater and the other parts of Soul Eater. That could have been introduced like a pause between series, like the new series that after that skip it pre time skip. But no, they didn't do
Yeah.
that.
I'll have to catch up on Fire Force to see if the lesson was learned. Um, I remember liking what I did go through, but
it was it was learned in in anime series that is releasing on Fire Force right now, and they will be doing season 3 if I'm not mistaken soon enough.
mhm.
They actually are adapting arc after arc after arc, and they are not just giving it bullshit endings. They're actually just cut enough. We're gonna finish the story next season. So
Yeah.
3 seasons. They're doing basically 3 seasons, if I'm not mistaken.
If there's anything I'll take away from the way productions are handled nowadays, is that this idea of running through the source material and then making stuff up at the end has kind of fallen by the wayside over the last decade.
Thankfully.
Uh, because and while s- while when and because of that, honestly it makes that OG run with Full Metal Alchemist the worst thing that could happen, because whenever whenever this sort of thing is brought up, it will get invoked as if it's some sort of gotcha, as if people say, well, look at how FMA was handled. They were able to do their own thing and make it work. Yeah, and how many others did?
Yes, exactly. I would say same thing about the original Helsing season. They did manage to make it work perfectly well by keeping the nature of who Alucard is, who Integra was, who every one of these characters are. They managed to keep it like very. The music is still amazing to this day. Just
I still
listening back to the
Yeah.
original Helsing OVA,
Hmm.
not OVA, Helsing music is a delight.
Yeah. Though I suppose that kind of thing was inevitable because the tricky thing when it comes to seinen works and adapting them into animation is, you look at any seinen manga, it is very detailed.
Oh, very, very, very much so.
It's especially the four manga that I've called the seinen four pillars of heaven. Bit of a nod to my love for Purores.
Hmm.
In Obviously Berserk is one of the four pillars, but the other three are Vinland Saga, Vagabond, and Kingdom, and all of them have very detailed art.
Oh, very, very much so. They are, unfortunately, they're not the type of stories that people usually gravitate to when it comes to mainstream interests.
Hmm.
Both Vinland Saga, and I would say Kingdom is very largely overlooked when it comes to that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
Um, which is
Vagabond's
unfortunate.
has not gotten an anime to my knowledge.
Yeah, it has not.
Oh,
Um,
but the thing is, when you're dealing with that level of detailed art, it's a lot trickier to do that on a TV budget,
Yes.
unless you are really willing to shell out for it. And you contrast that with a shonen manga where you have a lot more simple shading, a lot less detail. That's going to be easier to convert.
Yeah, exactly.
To use a video
Which is
game
why I think Vinland Saga is a bit of a passion project when it
Oh,
comes to doing things.
it very much feels like it, because it was one that I didn't think would get adapted into an anime, because I had been a fan of that particular manga for about a decade, and I if but if I have to use like a video game parallel when it comes to this whole detailed style thing, um, that was one of the reasons why Nomura's art style became more prevalent with Final Fantasy over the years, because it was deemed his more manga leaning style would be easier to convert into 3D as opposed to Amano's style, which even with modern tech converting that to 3D would be a struggle.
Yeah, definitely.
So imagine trying to make polygons out of some of Amano's concept art in 1997.
Definitely, definitely.
It's just I love him. I love. Don't get me wrong. I love Amano's work, but that it.
It's a very specific type of work with a very specific type of effort put into it,
Mhm.
and to be able to hope to put it into a 3D model, you have to be prepared. Be prepared for this shit.
Probably involving a lot of black tar and Mexican heroin.
Yeah, exactly.
Um, but one now get one of the one of the other projects that I'm going to be talking with Line Wing about that they announced at that showcase, because I do find this to be an interesting one, is Steam Build Writers, um, which is essentially doing a steampunk rally race in a duet form, which is interesting because duets are a model that can be used, but you don't see a whole lot of games built around them. Unless you're talking about the indies. There's plenty of games that are built around duet in the indies. Of course, by duet, I mean one player, one GM.
Yes, yes, yes.
Oh.
It's actually another thing I would personally mention is that a lot of the Western things, I don't think they focus as much on duets, quote unquote. I don't think there's been a single system I've seen outside of certain exceptions that has been focused purely on the concept of there's one GM and one player and they both play together. Like it's always is touted as this group activity. Everyone is a group. Yo, you know. It's
Yeah.
a big group, 4 people. You need friends to play it. Yeah, and then on Japanese side, instead, there's a lot of games that are meant to cater to those people when you play purely GM, purely player, which simplifies a lot of the processes of finding a group, because you don't need to find a group, you need to find a person.
Yeah. And again, I look at this as a consequence of building off of the wargaming scene, and
Yeah.
and certain assumptions being treated as the default, where and how and that ends up changing once those assumptions aren't as present. But
Yeah.
I will admit that I was able to use what little info I have with Steam Build Writers to help educate a few of my friends in regards to the glorious insanity that was Rally Group B. The main reason for that is the intent is that with the race that you're doing in Steam Build Writers, the player is the driver and the GM is the navigator. And
Yeah.
a lot of people, they think of racing as racing on tracks or the like. The earliest forms of motor racing were point racing, which is now known as rally. Obviously, the big one is the Monte Carlo race, and
Yeah.
the FIA, who's the governing body for Formula One, eventually established the World Rally Championship. And a subdivision of that, Group B, was an attempt to try and get a bigger variety of manufacturers to invest in the sport.
An attempt was made, certainly.
Well, obviously when submitting a vehicle for motor racing, there's a lengthy inspection process. You know, measuring the weight, measuring the speed, measuring fuel efficiency, measuring the size of the engine, whether or not you're putting certain add-ons that are allowed or not, all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the other rules was that a manufacturer had to sell a certain number of cars of a certain model per year. With Group B, the rule for Group A, I think the rule was it had to be, I think like 20,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
For Group B, it was no higher than 2,000. I've gotten some reports that it was even lower. And beyond that, everything was on the table. You want to supercharge it? Go ahead. You want to turbocharge it? Go ahead. You want to supercharge it and turbocharge it? Go ahead. You want to do both of those and have a frame that's made of fucking aluminum? Go right ahead. You want to put the engine in the middle of the car instead of in the front? Go ahead.
Yes, of course. The fuck around and find out mentality.
And it resulted in cars that had ridiculously powerful engines and about half the weight. If you know anything about physics, you can put two and two together as in terms of what that leads to.
Fly me to the moon.
oh, they were flying all right. And Group B got really big. It even got bigger than Formula 1 for a good amount of time, which led to some problems because of how big it had gotten. It got bigger and bigger crowds, and there wasn't a whole lot of crowd control. So if you look around, you'll find these shots of people scrambling to get out of the way as the cars come close. Or I think there were some cases where the car was passing by and some people tried to touch it and lost fingers.
Yes, that's too fast. Too fast. The shit is too fast.
I think there was a story with one of the drivers saying that the thing was too fast for him to react. Once the thing started, it was like driving on pure instinct. You were just driving the thing, holding on for dear life, because of how fast the things were going. And
that sounds about right.
Eventually it got shut down after way too many incidents. It didn't really fully shut down, but it did rebrand with a bit more rules as far as what you could make, just for the sake of everyone's sanity. Mostly because the drivers were getting PO'd about the fact that there was this arms race to make things faster and faster, and it was already reaching the point where it was too fast for actual reaction time.
Yeah. It's that thing where just like, I'm just gonna pray. I'm just gonna sit there and pray that my body will be able to turn the wheel when I need to turn the wheel.
A lot of people underestimate how exhausting it can be to drive at that speed. I mean, I've seen folks take their first run around a track and just say a stock car. And after that, they're sucking wind.
Oh yeah. You need to your entire body tenses, and you're just like, you need to do this, and it's like it feels like a physical exercise, even though you're not really doing anything. You're just turning the wheel a little bit.
You've got just the force of you going that fast, but also the fact that it's hot as hell in those things. Like in the middle of a stock car, when that's going full speed, that the temperatures inside can get as high as 110.
Yeah. So it's basically like, you want to be it's a baked driver. It's a baked driver. You get outside and you're a baked. You're slightly crispy.
You got a hot as hell engine. You're in a place that you're in something that has no AC. It's hot. It's in the summer, so that adds more heat. And you're in a heavy ass fireproof suit.
Yeah, it's slightly crispy, just slightly, just ever so slightly.
Yeah, that's why you're gonna see people come out of that and just dump water on their heads.
Yeah.
But that but I feel like Steam Build Riders is ideal for channeling that kind of insanity. And if I have to use a bit more of a weeb example, I can always invoke Redline. If you want to talk about you want to talk about insane, I implore anybody to go look at that movie and just see the ridiculous amount of frames that it took to make. Because that thing, that thing took the better part of a decade to make because of how many frames of animation they had went through.
Yeah, and it's Madhouse. Not a surprise to me that they decided to go, let's make this driving movie and make it the most over the top shit possible in all ways imaginable. And it's like, I have a certain imagination of what certain studio animation studios do, and looking at each of the frames for like a red line, and you just see how much attention and care went into this whole thing.
And I do have to wonder if somebody was inspired by the Cannonball Run.
I would imagine there's a lot of inspirations there that is not being like seen by a lot of people. That's just all it is.
Are you familiar with the Cannonball Run at all?
It's familiar to me, but I don't remember Cannonball.
It is one of the more famous illegal street races. It was basically a race from New York to LA. You had a starting point and you had an end point, but as far as what car you could bring, everything was on the table. If you want to bring a van to the thing, you can do it.
Yeah, it was also apparently a comedy series, an action comedy film.
Yeah, in 1998. It was made into a film, and obviously, it did serve as the inspiration for the Steel Ball Run arc in JoJo.
Yes.
Although saying that something served as an inspiration for JoJo is kind of redundant at this point.
Yeah. It's like it's like saying that the author of JoJo watched something before he wrote. That's like
well,
yeah.
Well, you're probably not far off when it comes to that inspiration mindset, since I think Oda had said the reason he designed Luffy's Gear 5 form the way he did is because he wanted to do something like Tom and Jerry.
Yeah, effectively. And it's like Gear 5, and it's cartoony. It's very Western animation, kind of jiving to me personally, which is why I like it myself, because of how out of place it looks in the universe of One Piece.
Mm-hmm.
It is entirely out of place. And it's very eerie. It is very creepy, and it doesn't function on the same logic and physics as everything else.
Yeah.
So it's I do like how when you have the standard, even in the world as ridiculous as One Piece, where all about body proportions, all matters of powers exists, where a person can swing a sword so hard he cuts an iceberg in half, Luffy still manages to stand out and can be completely eerie and weird through the power of taking an inspiration from a completely different source of animation when drawing him in his Gear 5 form.
Which it is kind of funny that a lot of folks have act like there's this dividing great wall between Eastern and Western animation, or between TTRPGs and video games, when in both of those cases the people behind them have been taking notes from each other for decades.
There really isn't. I recently heard a story that really indicates just how intertwined both industries are in terms of animation and just culture. The Mahou Shoujo genre was born because a designer in Japan sat down and watched an American sitcom about a witch.
You know that isn't too much of a shock. And
Yeah, exactly.
this
That's basically it. And there was that's why, and it became incredibly popular in Japan. That sitcom, I don't remember the exact name of the sitcom, but it was in '80s or '70s when it was translated into Japanese, and it became a smash hit. And after that point, people started doing the Little Witch kind of genre. It was sitcoms, also TV series, animations, and slowly over time, that genre that was born from people watching a sitcom in America about a witch doing a family thing in America. It slowly grew into different subgenres and genres of what we know today as mahoushoujo, which is little mage, but it was little witch majo, not mahoushoujo, majo originally, the witch.
and I suppose with witches being a thing with Madoka Magica, we ended up going full circle. But
Yep, exactly.
I'm a fan of I mentioned this before, but I'm a fan of Japanese wrestling, and you have very much a similar brand of cross pollination there with especially with some of the foreign talent that got really big. Um, one of the real big examples, of course, being Stan Hansen,
Mm-mm.
who admit is on some level on some level, whenever he performs it, I always knew that crazy shit was going to happen. Even though he's admitted that he's been nicknamed the Blind Potato Master because, well, he's blind as a bat without his glasses. So the only time he stops with that lariat is when he hits something. But he's not you're going to be in for a workout if you're spending 20 minutes with him.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
He ended up getting the nickname in Japan of the unsinkable battleship. But just that sort of cross pollination of between between differing styles. Since obviously promotions like All Japan and New Japan had working relationships um with promotions over in the States, especially the NWA when they still had a thing. And the reason I bring all that up is illustrating how this dividing line is more of a dividing line that's created by by zealous fans of certain things rather than by the people who are making them.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's always the same, legitimately. Whenever you look at something, right, there's always going to be a subset of fan base, especially if it's like a very, very popular thing, like TTRPG had became increasingly more popular, and the people will still sit down and claim that no, but no, this should be this and this should be that on both sides. Right,
yeah,
like all Japanese shit sucks, says the new some Twitter people who like all of them are insert buzzword of the day.
mm-hmm.
And then they don't realize that a lot of their current media is largely inspired by what they are doing there, Japanese, and then there is inspiration from cartoons, there is inspiration from movies, there is inspiration from a lot of the stories that are being told in games.
I think
From
Tezuka outright admitted that one of his big influences was Golden Age Disney.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like the same thing happened on the other side. When people say all Western stuff sucks. A lot of the Japanese genres and things and everything was exactly produced because some Japanese guy sat down and watched some Western thing and it's like, I can do that too. And they basically did their own spin on things. Every media, every piece of media, every genre of media at some point were born because of a um, spin like off a certain other genre,
Mm.
right? Cowboy movies as a spin on criminal dramas, like stuff like that. Of the time, historical movies are always going to be like inspired by a lot of the history and also other historical movies. It's just like it's how it is. It's how it works. Everything works by inspiration, and I don't really like people who draw lines in the sand and say like, "Oh, this cannot be mixed with this." Fuck do you mean it can't? It can be mixed, and it already was mixed.
Yeah, and when it comes to when it comes to that mixing, there's one of the most dangerous things that can happen in design is what we here in the temple have called design by gospel. This idea of we do things a certain way because we've always done things a certain way. When I talked with Bradley about it, I started using the term culture of conformity. This fixation on what the right way to do something is, and
Yeah.
these, of course, and I see this with some people who want to get into indie design where they're talking about how they are trying to figure out the right dice mechanic for their games, and I'm like, just make a fucking game. Figure out what it's supposed to be about, and then build around that. You don't have to finagle about what the right bell curve is, because you look at all the bell curves, and there is no one better bell curve than the other. It's all about context. And I remember the cautionary tale that I often use regarding where that design by gospel like thinking leads is sim racing. There has been a sameness problem with sim racing for a while, and it has led to that genre being decades behind the ball, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong, I have several hours worth on stuff like Automobilista, R Factor 2, Assetto Corsa, Gran Turismo's, of course, all things to everybody. But half of the time when it comes to those games, they are jank.
Yeah.
Like Automobilista can't seem to figure out how rolling starts work sometimes. Just as one example, there's been infamous clips of R Factor 2 having its AI cause a traffic jam on say Monaco. Which is, Monaco's already a very tight track as it is, because it's one of those city races. So you're not going to be dealing with a whole lot of wide roads.
Yeah.
But then there's the fact that there's this hyper focus on quote unquote realism because it's supposed to be a simulation. And the problem is, at some point you're focusing so much on simulation to the expense of everything else. Like only a fraction of a fraction is going to care about how accurate the curvature is on tire models.
Mm-hmm.
And when it gets to the point where fans of sim racing games are arguing about cars to professional drivers, I think we've hit a threshold.
Yeah.
But it's that insistence on what you're supposed to do with a racing game. Like whenever a racing game is announced, I inevitably have to hear somebody go, "But when is it getting the Nürburgring?" I'm sick of hearing about the Nürburgring. Yes, I know it's a famous and infamous course. I'm still sick of hearing about the green hell. Because do I need to have it in every single racing game? And
yeah.
in the other day I was talking with the designer of Deadbeats, and I brought up my relationship with the OSR. And one of the things I said in it was that I haven't really seen much a equivalent of an OSR movement in the Japanese tabletop scene, and I don't think I will, because there isn't a situation that would create it there.
Yeah, there is not really. From what I've seen, there's not really a big monopolistic kind of situation. Because a lot of the time when you have the Western stuff, unfortunately, you just deal with a lot of monopolies in industries. Wizards became monopolistic in terms of like TTRPGs, where it's just like we want everyone to do like we want everyone to do, right? That's the corporate stuff. standard stuff basically. But it failed obviously because nobody likes that. But still, they
I
tried
mean,
to.
yeah, Sword
Um,
World's the biggest homegrown, but it's not like everybody's playing Sword World and nothing else.
yeah, and also it's not like everyone wants everything to be like Sword World. There's many other systems. There's weird systems. There are like erotic systems. There's like normal systems. There's duets. There's not duets.
Hmm.
There's mecha, magical girls with mecha,
Yeah.
fantasy, modern world, non-modern world, horror genres. Everything like everything under the sun there is has probably a system of TTRPG that I have not seen yet.
Hmm.
You have like the system of deranged person who basically made let's make cute girls into zombies and add a bunch of gore into it and everyone is dead and you play zombie girls.
Hmm.
Like this
Yeah.
is like it's a thing and you can play it and it's right there on the character arc. She has guts hanging out there, just hanging out. Like um not don't remember the system's name, but it's definitely something I've saw and it kind of stuck with me.
My mind is
Uh,
saying Necronica, but I don't know.
Necronica, it is. It is Necronica. Yes.
Hmm. Um,
Yeah.
I do, and obviously the two big names that you're gonna see just looking at history are Group SNE and and Fear. Fear is the closest thing to having a multi-genre setup since a lot of their games use variants of their SRS or standard role-playing system.
Yeah.
But each of them have their own spin. They're not cross-compatible with each other. Say everything in the OSR has to be a like Double Cross and Kamigakuri
Yeah.
are both Fear projects.
Both of them, but yeah, they're unique in their own ways.
Hmm.
They have different themes. They have different. See, I think that's also part of the strengths of this whole thing is that the same creators are not afraid to look at what they already made and just take a 180 turn to the right. Right,
Well,
they just don't want to do the same thing ever over and over and over and over and over.
that's pretty much what happens with Shigure. Like he did Picaresque Roman, that was a D6 based affair that was drawing upon Yakuza and Persona, and he wanted to do something different. He wanted to challenge himself, so he did Convictor Drive and used a D10 based system. Which, when I specifically asked Bradley is why they jumped to D10 because of what I mentioned earlier with polyhedrals, he had some apparently Shigure just wanted to challenge himself.
Yeah, that's the freedom of experimentation. I think that's what the Japanese systems have that the Western systems don't really, because the Western systems are everyone is kind of obsessed to be the next D&D. Right? It's just like it is.
Yeah.
It's a thing. Unless you are a completely niche product that you know that you're not going to be promoting to
Hmm.
like everyone else.
Yeah.
And then you go on Twitter and insult people who don't want to play our games.
Or try and tell me that for in order to do role playing properly, it has to be done like method acting, and I'm like, method actors are rare unicorns even in acting circles, and you expect a bunch of Joe Blows to know how to do method acting.
Yeah, can I just as a quick frustration? I've seen the project that the Critical Role crew had rolled out. After all, I've read the books on my time. They are done with the expectation that everyone else will be like Critical Role, and I just don't like that because not
I
a lot
can
of people are going to be gathering together to do voice acting of characters
about
and
that.
rely. Yeah,
I've got so I do a lot of one shot help at my LGS, and especially around like free RPG day, I'll do like a bunch of one shots over the span of a week that are based on stuff for free RPG day, and there were multiple occasions during one year where people kept bringing up how Matt Mercer GMs things, and I've got nothing against him. I've got nothing against him personally. I think he has bad taste in some things, but I don't have anything against him for that. I just
It's taste. It's people. It's people. It's how people do things. That's whatever.
it's a free for all on the internet, and he is free to be wrong. But
Yeah, exactly.
um, I was getting so annoyed with having people backseat me like that because as a general rule I don't like backseating people, and I definitely don't like backseating when it comes to um my GMing style,
Uh-huh.
because you wouldn't want someone backseating you doing that, or doing even a video game. There's plenty of streamers that have the whole no backseating rule, and
Yeah.
I had I had I had half jokingly said to the guy who runs the store, who's been a long time friend slash frenemy of mine, that I
Uh-huh.
wish I may as well put like a Wayne's World style sign on the wall that says absolutely no Matt Mercer, like the no stairway gag.
Hmm.
Guess what I see on the wall a week later.
Absolutely no mercy.
He had a metal sign put up that said that. I'm more impressed that he
Hmm.
managed to get the thing done in a week. But
That's dedication.
I think it was more that he just wanted to find a way to mess with me because, like I said, him and I have been frenemies for years. There's been
Yeah.
an unwritten rule that the first time you GM, you bring him a sandwich.
Oh.
I have no idea why this is a thing. It just is, and
I mean, yeah,
I ended up surprising
unspoken
him.
rules.
I ended up surprising him because I made him a Reuben, and I guess he was
Uh,
expecting like peanut butter and jelly or something. And and after that, there's been just this long thing of us finding ways to needle each other.
that's a fun relationship to have with someone, honestly.
Yeah, but the thing, but I have looked through the two RPGs that have been put forth through Critical Role's Darrington Press label.
Hmm.
Obviously, the first one was Candela Obscura, which I very much did not like,
It's
and
bullshit. It's kind of like they tried to take the simple nature of the how do I say it? The simple nature of the games where you don't have the enemies roll, for example, right? And you have the
they didn't
approach
even have any
to
enemies
it.
in the fucking book.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like they try to take the usual approach. You have to make it. You have to make still make enemy stats for reference in the book.
And I had a
If you
bunch of people
want
try
not,
and I had a bunch of people try and
yeah.
gaslight me into saying that that's perfectly fine because it gives them the freedom to imagine what it's supposed to be, and I'm like, the G- the GM should not be a backseat designer.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you need to place, even if we consider, okay, if we do consider that we don't use anything from the book, right? There should still be something there to reference yourself creating enemies. How much HP they do should have. How much, what kind of like themes of the enemies are in the game. What kind of world we are speaking about. Like, reference points for the GM to work against, even if you consider the fact that the enemies do not roll, right? Sure, that can work. This could work in a continuous challenge after challenge after challenge. You still have to have a certain point at which the enemy croaks. If a certain GM playing Candela Obscura says, you know what, this enemy is immortal, nothing in the books can stop them.
That's villain Sue bullshit. And what makes it even worse is if you're trying to go for some sort of generic kitchen sink kind of thing, I'd be a little willing to go with that if you're operating under the assumption that your audience is already going to have a degree of genre savviness. But Candela Obscura wanted to be a very specific gas lamp horror kind of setting.
Mm-hmm.
Wanted to be a gas lamp version of the BPRD from Hellboy.
Yes.
Which, okay, if you want to insist on doing that, fine. We can work with that. That also means that you need to build your bestiary around that fact.
Yep.
If I am running if I'm running, say, Lancer, I'm not going to be using mechs that you would find in Gundam or Macross. I'm going to be using mechs that match the Mud and Lasers style of Lancer. If I'm running Adeptus Evangelion. I'm not going to be using Ultraman characters or something like Ultraman in that kind of thing, and I shouldn't expect the entries to do that. Plus, I know that in fiction, especially in horror, there's the whole "don't show the monster" mindset, but
Yeah.
the GM kind of has to know what sort of monster they're dealing with and how to use them.
Yeah.
And the closest thing
Yeah.
that Candela Obscura had was just a paragraph description of a handful of monsters that was just fluff, meaning it's useless.
Yeah, it's useless. I think the Cadell Obscura team, they largely overlooked the fact that they were making a system not for the consumer people who were going to make their own things with it, but they were kind of like working on the assumption that everyone else will do, that the fan base of Critical Role will pick it up and they will do whatever the Critical Role people will do. So they basically decided to be lazy about things and say, "Oh, it's for the imagination," actually. But it was just laziness. That's
I
just
am so sick of people using the imagination card as a bandage. I've had to deal with that with both apologists for Candela Obscura and to a certain extent Fabula Ultima,
yeah.
which it don't I like Rooster. I don't have anything bad to say about him, but I did get a little bit annoyed when people assumed that my critiques about a lack of guidance meant that I want something spoon fed to me. It is not that kind of pendulum. That
Yeah.
the and if When I did my unimpressions on Candela Obscura, the un in parentheses because I think I'm clever, um, I had said that this would have been better served as a system agnostic setting book, the equivalent of an art book, or something like Luminous Echo, instead of instead of trying to be a rule set. Especially since the bigger problem is it's it's I would often hear that the rule set was the way it is because it was taking heavy inspiration from Blades in the Dark, Vaesen, and Ten Candles
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to this illuminated world system they were trying to use.
Yeah.
The problem is the core resolution mechanic is still way too much Blades in the Dark. And I ended up grabbing my copy of Blades of the Dark just to compare, and it's more or less the same. It's more or less the same setup. The playbook equivalents are very much the same. There's not a whole lot. There's not a whole lot unique when it comes to, or not even unique, just having its own voice. When it feels that much like Blades in the Dark, the question that arises is, why didn't you just make a Blades in the Dark setting? Just have it be under the Forge in the Dark label.
Yeah.
Um, Now, with Daggerheart, I know some people don't like what they've seen. I commented on it and I said it is going to be divisive, but I am a little bit more willing to sign off on Daggerheart than I was on Candela Obscura, because I do think it has more of an identity, especially with the whole rolling with hope and rolling with fear thing. And it's using D12s, which D12s are neglected.
Uh, yeah, I guess so. It's just a little underwhelming in my personal opinion.
Well, all we have is an
Um,
alpha right now, so
yeah.
grain of salt. The big sticking point for a lot of people seems to have been the idea of using cards for powers, and as somebody who had to put it with people reading about that idea in fourth edition, I'm like, you had a box full of fucking index cards. Like,
Yeah.
what the hell are you talking about? You had index cards, and not to mention, there's a certain irony in seeing people say that they don't want this power card idea, and I see them buying spell cards for various campaign settings in D&D 5e.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, don't be a Janus.
Yeah, don't be someone who says I don't like something and then does exactly the same, but then you have like some bullshit explanation of why this is fine and this is not fine.
That's
I don't know.
special pleading if I ever heard it. And
Yeah,
I, I will admit that I know that a lot of people are pinning stuff like Daggerheart on Mercer, but if anything, Travis Willingham seems to be the one who's been more gung ho about making games, especially since he was the one really at the forefront when it came to the promotional stuff for it.
Yeah, I think Travis is the one who's pushing more about at least Daggerheart for sure. Daggerheart for sure. Um,
Daggerheart feels far more like his baby than it does Matt's.
yeah, Mercer, he's by heart someone who's like a busybody. He's not going to be stopping out and like, I'm going to be doing this big project. No, it's like he has a lot of shit to do
Hmm.
besides everything else. He is voicing in like pretty much everything. He's like a lot of voice actor work. A lot of the
I think he's trying to out Troy Baker. I think he's trying to out Troy Baker.
yeah, he's trying to out the Troy Baker, exactly. I've spotted him in places that I never thought I would spot him in because he just likes working in this job, I think. That's why he's just like everywhere.
Hmm. Well,
And
there was a bit of time when that's exactly what happened with Steve Blum, where he was fucking everywhere.
yeah, yeah, same thing.
Um, and I would say I would also say because of the big problem with that conformity thing and there was a certain half-baked idea of what kind of fantasy something like D&D is trying to be, and this is even more so with OSR. And as I mentioned before, you have that variety in the Japanese tabletop scene. If anything, I would say that people who've spent more time in indie tabletop have an easier time trying out tabletop RPGs in Japan because there is, I won't say similar mindset, but there is a whole lot of crossover.
Yeah, yeah. Similar ideals of things
Mm-hmm.
because indie usually tends to enjoy experimenting more so than the mainstream stuff,
Mm-hmm.
the mainstream stuff. I personally, I do experimenting. Like I find a system that I find to my liking in some fashion or capacity, and I just want to run with it and see how far it can go. Right. Even if it's not popular, if it's not like known whatsoever, if it's not like absolutely in the eyes of the people. The one system you linked to me, I kind of want to run a one shot about it eventually
Mm-hmm.
as well. Again, Sword World, that's just a thing, right? It's
Mm-hmm.
just not it has one single channel that belongs to the translators right now, and like two actual plays.
Yeah, including mine.
Yeah, two actual plays of it all, and it's just like outside of that there's literally nothing else.
And there's been I think that there's gonna be a few more when it comes when once we see people experimenting with Megaten. Though right now is an ideal time to look elsewhere than the D20 system because we even though it's only been a year removed from it, we are still dealing with the after effects of the OGL fiasco from January of last year.
Hmm.
Especially since well, WotC and by extension Hasbro has never recovered from it. If anything,
Yeah.
they've gotten worse. What with Cynthia Williams resigning. Once again, I'm doing massive air quotes on that, as because of how that announcement was made. I have a sneaking suspicion that she wasn't um, resigning. She was allowed to resign. If you catch my drift,
Oh yeah, of course, of course. That's definitely how it happened.
and
A lot of these people, they still like to keep the supposed dignity of it all. They're just like, oh, I'm just gonna resign. All right.
yeah, you're allowed to resign, which is basically you either announce that you're resigning or we announce that we're firing you, and you have to deal with the stigma of that.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm sure it was a total coincidence that 3 days before that was announced, there was reports that D&D's overall sales had gone down 30% year over year.
Mm-hmm.
and along along with the fact that Hasbro is not in the best shape right now. Their last I checked, their stock was still graded at sell. Because um, largely because they bet big on the merch deal for Star Wars and Marvel, and given how films in those franchises have been doing lately,
Mm-hmm.
they've had a lot of stuff that they can't sell, so it gets sent to Ollie's, which is where toys go to die.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, you look at channels like World Class Bullshitters, and they've got dozens of videos just going through the discount sections of different stores of things that are supposedly selling like hotcakes, but in reality aren't.
Yeah.
And even some D&D merch has been seen at Ollie's as early as last month.
That's sad.
It's on one hand it's sad. On the other hand, I called this when I started to see the shift towards a lifestyle brand mindset. I said years ago that it was going to blow up in their face once the gravy train had run out. I didn't predict that they do something as stupid as the OGL fiasco, but I figured something was going to happen.
Oh yeah, nobody predicted they will do something as stupid as this. Honestly, I don't think you can predict that because usually when you look at the stuff and actions you take during business meetings, when you try to imagine what happened, you think logically.
Well, I was seeing a set of circumstances that reminded me of the OGL bubble bursting in 2005. And I was thinking this is not sustainable, and I had said something is going to happen that is going to be very, very divisive, and you're going to get a whole lot of people pissed. I don't know. I had said at the time, I don't know what that something is, but it's gonna happen. Something's gonna snap.
Something snapped, all right.
This is this is this is why my friends keep calling me Negrodamus,
Mm-hmm.
because I seem to have a very, very reliable track record when it comes to predicting these kind of things. And
I mean, of course, yeah.
And it's not like I'm doing some crystal ball stuff. It's no different than, say, meteorology, just looking at patterns and determining what the pattern's gonna be
Yeah,
on its next
exactly.
step.
It's not like when you look at the giant ball of flaming rock moving at high speeds into another ball of flaming rock. You can't exactly not predict that it's something is gonna explode there.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Yeah.
or I've s- or I've seen my fair share of folk how could nobody have seen this coming? I'm like, there were signs, especially when there was that Bloomberg article about how Wizards was overproducing Magic the Gathering cards. And I was like, they're gonna try and do something to save face, and it's gonna be fucking stupid because they're thinking in short term.
Oh yeah, but nobody expected that it would be this stupid.
Well,
Like I expected it to be divisive myself when I looked at the movements in the industry. I expected divisive. What happened instead was that everyone agreed this is bullshit. This is like one of the very rarest universal things where all of the warring sides, all of the Matt Mercer groups, all of the non-Matt Mercer group, all of the mainstream, everyone universally looked at it and says, "This is fucking stupid."
which in a roundabout way I find inspiring. But I think the reason why this was something that we thought would that we were so incredulous about the is the understanding of how the ecosystem works. You know, you put out a stuff, it draws a following. Some of the people in that following make their own home brews. They put that up, and the cycle continues. That's been a thing for the longest time. There's whole game lines like Rollmaster that were born out of people house ruling themselves into making something new.
Open Legend too, I would say.
Open um open le- Open Legend to an extent.
To an extent, yeah. Obviously,
Um
not exactly, but yeah,
Rollmaster
it
is
was
a
inspirational.
Rollmaster is a classic example since that started out as a bunch of D&D house rules.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Um chivalry and sorcery was just a bunch of was originally a house rule stuff for D&D because the designer thought it wasn't medieval enough. Um,
Yeah, that's fair.
and it, of course there's plenty of other examples, and that ecosystem's been there for decades. And of course TSR got a whole lot of enmity when they try and crack down on house rules being put up on the internet, with Lorraine trying to argue you don't do something along the lines of custom of nobody does house rules at a chess tournament, and I'm like, this isn't a tournament. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, there's the
it's not
RPGA,
competitive.
but the RPGA is a minority, and I had and the OGL was a peace offering when it was devised in 2000, because of how litigious TSR was when it came to trying to take down a bunch of stuff. They were spending more money on lawyers than on actual games during the nadir of all that. So messing with that peace offering just seemed so ridiculous that it wasn't worth considering. But as we've learned many times over the course of our lives, you cannot make something idiot proof because the universe will make a bigger idiot.
Of course.
And then that ended up happening. I did my own digging and eventually did my postmortem, because as somebody who talks with a lot of people who work on third-party 5e stuff and third-party stuff for all manner of editions, there was a whole lot of uncertainty going about, and a whole lot of people were panicking. And I did find it interesting when Studio decided to try and petition to have the art grants that the UN give, not the UN, the EU grants, to be extended to role-playing games. And I had I quickly surmised that this was the result of someone who was stepping into a field that they clearly didn't know anything about. Um, I drew
As
the
it usually is.
especially since Cynthia doesn't have a TTRPG background. Her background was in Microsoft,
Yeah, yeah, I figured.
and the way I and what I ended up being reminded of was the first iteration of the XFL, where Vince McMahon tried to make a football league but had no understanding of football culture and got eaten alive in that interview with Bob Costas. Of course, there's been bigger things with Vince lately, but I'm not getting into that. That's already been that's already been tackled, and I don't want to think about that. But the point is, if you're stepping into that kind of if you're stepping into Rome, you have to understand how the Romans do, and do what
Yeah,
the
exactly.
Romans do.
Yeah.
And I remember one around the same time that the OGL fiasco happened, they were trying to push for developing their own virtual tabletop using the Unreal Engine, and I'm like, that's gonna fucking die, because you tried this exact kind of thing 20 years ago.
Yeah. There is a room for more immersive tabletop systems, basically, where you play TTRPGs, right? There is a room for that. But it's like making it overly complicated is both resource draining, and also makes it far too limiting
Well,
for people to play. Like, if you want to do a, like, oh, I play a TTRPG where I move my character on the screen. Why just you don't make a video game at this point?
there was now, according to what happened at the D&D summit, which I wasn't at, and believe me, you would have known if I was, because I would have made a scene. It would have been the first and last time I go to one of those events, but I sure as hell would make it memorable. But
Certainly.
I had found out that one of the reasons they wanted to use the Unreal Engine is that they wanted to put it on both PC and on consoles.
Mhm.
Nobody's going to play a virtual tabletop on a console. And not only that, but the virtual tabletop scene right now is very, very crowded. Just,
Oh yeah.
and if your selling point is this is a VTT specifically built around 5e, we already have Shard Tabletop. We've had that for a couple of years now. That's basically what that's doing.
Yeah.
And as far as 3D, we have stuff like Tailspinner.
Foundry too, honestly.
Yeah, and a lot of those are going to be significantly less resource intensive because they're using an engine like, say, Unity or Godot, which aren't going to be as much of a power draw as Unreal.
Yeah.
Not to mention, it's going to be a lot easier for people to put in custom models into Unity than it is to do Unreal. I've worked with Unreal in the past. It's unless you know what you're doing, it's like a labyrinth.
Yeah. Um, I'm looking at the showcase of the virtual tabletop right now. It looks like it's just unsustainable. Because you need to have someone on there to make all of these models and all of these assets in Unreal just for it to be able to actually function properly. And you will not be able to have a lot of the variety that the campaigns are usually functioning about around. Like there's various things, even in D&D itself, there's various things in there that basically already exist that are completely vastly different from each other. And you would need to have a group of people constantly pumping out all of these assets, pumping up. You need to like dedicate for possibly no real return.
And if you look at the output, WotC's been very skittish on actually putting out new books, especially new books that actually contain mechanics instead of just putting out yet another module book.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, the output in some older editions got out of hand when it came to player and GM options, but that
true,
pendulum swings both ways.
true.
And I will I will admit that because of that, it's been refreshing seeing people either want to do their own spin and just completely divest themselves from the OGL, even with the OGL now being in Creative Commons. A lot of people are like, if it was that easy for you to fuck me the first time, what's stopping you from doing it the second time?
Yeah, it's like the first time when the OGL was created, it was like we're totally not going to change it or revoke it. We promise, and then they just proceeded to do just that, right? And it is like what stops them from trying it again later?
I
Like just
have I have a sneaking suspicion that the reason that they backed off is because some software companies looked at them and said, if you insist on this, you are going to set a very, very bad precedent when it comes to open software.
yeah. I think open software pro things would basically eat them alive because it sets a dangerous precedent to them as well, and they will basically have to deal with a lot of people who make those rules of
Mm.
the open software, and they will have to deal with all of those people now, which is
Yeah.
not something they can do.
There, I'd also imagine that getting publicly called out by one of your own investors didn't exactly help. One
Yeah,
of their investors took to social media to call them leaderless and call the whole thing an unforced error. And admittedly, the reason he called it an unforced error is because in their mind it was stupid to do this right before you're releasing your movie, which Honor Among Thieves was okay, but they chose the worst time to release it because it came out a week after John Wick Chapter 4 and 2 weeks before Super Mario Brothers.
yeah.
And both films
Uh,
with much more audience enthusiasm, obviously.
oh yeah. It's the same thing that happened to. There was a little game a while back called Battleborn,
Mm-hmm.
and it did the thing that the where it's one of the first things that started to do the whole hero shooter thing. But it was much more MOBA oriented with objectives and mobs spawning, etc., etc. The items, whatever. They did the thing where they didn't really have much brand support, because it's like new project, new franchise and everything. What they did is that they set the game to release around the same time Overwatch came out, the first Overwatch.
And
so imagine how much of a massacre it was.
Oh, yeah. What I remember looking through Battleborn, and one thing that did not help was the fact that it didn't seem to quite know what it was trying to be. Like it wasn't focused in its overall direction. I mean, it's trying to be a shooter. It's trying to bring in elements of MOBA. It's trying to bring elements of the hero shooter concept. It was trying to do all of that at once while doing a single player campaign and doing league style advancement. It's like you've got too many cooks in the kitchen. Of course, trying to do all of that while also having it release around the same time as Overwatch, when that still had some degree of audience enthusiasm, when Overwatch just seemed like Blizzard trying to do their own spin on Two Fort.
Yeah.
Before things got out of hand, that's a whole other conversation.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And the only when it comes to some of these what I've called D&D, what I've called OGL responses, the only pet peeve that I've had is, for the love of all that is holy in this universe, stop calling them D&D killers. Calling anything a blank killer is
a recipe for disaster.
You're asking to get You're asking to get butt fucked by the gods of irony. Just running a train on you all day, every day.
Yeah. That's not.
How many WoW killers did we put up with in the 2000s?
Nobody has survived. None of them survived too. So definitely, I don't really know why people don't learn from things. It's not like it's a distant past sort of thing. It's a very easy to research thing. It's like when you call something a killer, something killer, it does not end well, and it's just like, why do you continue doing that?
It's like getting a sip of milk from the fridge and going, this milk is sour. Then putting the milk back in the fridge and going, maybe tomorrow it'll be fresh.
Yeah, exactly. It's like I don't really know why you can study all these things. That's actually one of the things. You spoke about Final Fantasy 14, Final Fantasy in general, and Final Fantasy 14 is one of those exact lessons of both conformity mentality and the people not learning from the mistakes of the past and things of the past. The original Final Fantasy 14 run, was a complete and utter disaster. It was a failure on all fronts, because people inside the company back then sat there and went, well, it worked in 2001 with 2002 with Final Fantasy 9, and it's clearly the same time 12 years later. Clearly, everything will be absolutely the same 12 years later.
For the original run with 14 was trying to do what was done with 11.
Yeah, exactly. 11, not 9/11. Yeah.
The problem was there's two schools of thought when it comes to MMOs. There's the sandbox style and the theme park style. Yeah. The sandbox style is going to be stuff like your RuneScapes, your Eves, that sort of free form. You're right in the middle of things. You've got everything open to you. Theme park style is going to be your World of Warcrafts, your what FF14 would become, and so on. But you also, with 11's development, you also had people focusing on the wrong things, like inanimate objects having as much polygons as player characters. Just to give one example, the fact that they tried to release the thing around the same time as Cataclysm for World of Warcraft didn't help matters.
Yeah, and the thing is, and the thing. Yeah, timer thing. I think a lot of the systems that were there, I do see the vision when I look at it because I was one of the lucky few people who happened to be in contact with someone who was playing Final Fantasy XIV original. So I basically was watching from the sidelines as this whole fiasco unfolded.
Hmm.
And there, I seen the gameplay, I've seen in full form all the story stuff. There was good ideas, but there was no unifying leadership that would say, this does not work with this at
Yeah,
all.
and there was actually a similar direction problem early on in the development of FF13
Yeah,
because the way development worked for the longest time is you had different fiefdoms in the development studio.
yeah,
The problem was with the advent of HD, you needed more people in those given fiefdoms, and the lines of communication got much more complicated.
yeah,
So you ended up with a lot of bloat, and the idea of the vertical slice hadn't really caught on Japan yet, and according to what Nojima and a few others had said in Game Developer Monthly, it wasn't until that demo that came out with Advent Children Complete that they finally had a real direction to go in.
yeah.
And when Yoshi P was brought on for 14, it's very clear he had that direction. It's important in these kind of things to have somebody who is the guy. Now
Yeah,
sometimes
not
the
only yeah, yeah,
some
not only he had direction, but he also sat down, if I remember correctly from his interviews. He
mhm.
sat down and played every other MMO out there. He played MMOs that were popular, played MMOs like World of Warcraft, played other things to just catch up on what is popular currently on the scene and what kind of mistakes other games did, such as World of Warcraft, because clearly there were some few mistakes even they did, right? Back then when it was like super popular. And to avoid those mistakes and to avoid what to do what he wanted to do, he needed reference work. Something a lot of people don't do these days for some reason.
um one of my one of my favorite stories in that has to do with Harv Bennett, who stepped on as producer for for Star Trek II: The Wrath of Khan. He mainly got the job because he had a reputation for maintaining a budget, and the first Star Trek film went ridiculously over budget because of the fact that the special effects house they originally hired was subpar.
Yeah,
And when he stepped on for the job, he had not seen a single episode of Star Trek. So in preparation, he ended up going through the entire original series and took notes. And
yeah.
I ended up channeling that years ago when I was asked to run a Sailor Moon campaign for a friend of a friend. And I had seen like a handful of the Deke episodes, but nothing beyond that. So over the course of a month, I binged through all 200 episodes of the original series,
Yeah, of
um,
course.
and took notes throughout, even going through the movies and yes, the live action. Um, because if I'm going to study something, I'm going to be as thorough as possible.
Of
But
course.
in doing that and basically being the primary creative force, like I said, the guy. Now sometimes the guy is not a guy, but you need to have that one primary voice that's leading the ship,
Yeah.
and that was more or less him. And I think it's quite telling that he doesn't mind the idea of people coming in to FF14 for a little bit, then leaving for long periods of time until another expansion comes. In fact, the way he talks about it is like he outright accounted for it.
Yeah, that's basically I played Final Fantasy 14 myself, and honestly speaking, the way it is functions is that you won't be able to catch up with the current players for a long, long time unless you are boosting through it. Because unlike a lot of the other MMOs, what they did is that they put all of the expansions in chronological order. And when you play the game for the first time on any character, what you do is you start at the first level in basically 2012,
Hmm.
and you play through those those story bits way back when in Realm Reborn as they were. in 2012,
Yeah,
and then you go on to the other stuff, which is the uh, expansion by expansion. And the story quests follow the same arc of storyline that goes from ARR, Realm Reborn, to, if I'm not mistaken, to Endwalker,
hmm
and
and
then the new
yeah,
starts now. Yeah,
yeah, and I think that's why it was a smart move to have that mentor system.
yeah,
Um, and besides, when that's done, both sides get something out of it. One
yeah.
side gets to advance a little bit more quickly, and the other side gets to get their own advancement out of it. But I do think I do think that right now is in general is just a very very good time to start to go into indies. Whether that be in comic books, whether that be in video games, and of course in tabletop games. The there have been some interesting responses after the OGL fiasco, and I do see some people crossing over into looking into what what Japan has been doing for years and seeing what they can learn from it. Um, there of the responses, there's some that are sticking a little bit close, like Tales of the Valiant, although it's doing little things that are still worth noting. I know some people are looking at it as just a 5e heartbreaker, but I looked at the alpha material. They've got some stuff that I can't just write off, especially the way luck works in that system. And then you've got stuff like Mythcraft, which is doubling down on the idea of classes as skill trees. Most recently, they put out an expansion for it called Veil of Eternal Night, which is they recently finished the Kickstarter for that. It's basically them taking their stuff and going full Castlevania with it. And I have looked at DC 20. That also has some interesting possibilities and some support from marshals. The big one that isn't out yet that I think has a fair bit of potential is the MCDM project. Oh, and hang. Sorry, I just had to double check to make sure my mic didn't cut out again. But this is a very interesting time, and I remember Lion Wing talking about how they want to double down on doing just TTRPGs instead of TTRPGs and board games when it comes to their localizations.
I think they're largely interchangeable when it comes to Japanese media. They can be both in some way. A lot of the board games I noticed they can be function as role playing games as much as they can be functioning as board games.
Which,
Sword World has
mhm,
several modules attached to it, especially 2.5, if I'm
mhm,
not mistaken, that have that GM-less mode, so to speak, which basically
yeah,
turns into a narrative board game.
yeah. I think there was one module that was designed to be done solo, and there was I find it funny when people turn up their nose at certain games like Genesis or D&D Fourth, which I've called the edition I'm supposed to hate, but I don't because I'm not getting paid. Um, and talk about how it's turning it how it's a TTRPG that's trying to be a board game when there are so many board games that are borderline TTRPGs as it is. And some of them are straight up dungeon crawls like Descent or Gloomhaven.
Yeah, Gloomhaven. They even if you look at the video game of Gloomhaven,
Mm-hmm.
which is pretty good, pretty good. It basically is TTRPG light at some
Mm-hmm.
point already.
Yeah, and I haven't the full translation of it isn't out yet, but from little I've seen of the Vice City module for Sword World 2.5, that feels very much like a roguelike board game.
Yeah.
Like once again, this idea of some sort of purity standard is being applied that doesn't really exist. Especially
Yeah.
since I think the dividing line is the fact that there are some folk who believe that RPGs have to be a certain thing, most which translates to the thing that they're already familiar with.
Yeah, it's just
And
basically it's an argument to not try new things at this point.
mhm.
Nothing else to me personally.
And there are others who understand that that limit doesn't exist, that it can be anything. And since we brought up Final Fantasy, this is as good a time for me to bring up a couple of particular stories that relate to that. One of them is the fact that Sakaguchi told his successors, and he told this to the media as well.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't think that Final Fantasy needed to be limited to just being an RPG. That he felt that that as long as it keeps the stories, the mythos, chocobos, crystals, a guy named Sid, all that, that it can be in just about any genre, or even be
Yeah.
a non-video game thing. He implied about it in book form at one point, and had fought to get 11 to have the Roman numeral namesake instead of being called Final Fantasy Online or something like that. And the other case of this sort of thing is a story I brought up in the past regarding Hiroyuki Ito and an interview he did back in 2011. Now, if you're
Mm-hmm.
not familiar with him, Hiroyuki Ito is one of the unsung heroes of Final Fantasy.
Yeah,
The stuff like
I heard his name before. I have
the
a certain idea of what he did.
the job system, he created that.
Yeah,
Um the active time battle system, he invented that. And the
yeah,
latter is important to this because his inspiration for that was Formula One, which around that time was doing a major shift from manual to automatic transmission. This would have been around the time Final Fantasy IV was in development,
mm,
and American football. And he had in his mind the RPG design would gradually shift towards an action-based affair. And active time battle was his way of guiding that with the technology that he had at the time.
yeah,
And of course that you flash forward to like FF15 and 16, which are going full action, borderline character action. I mean, with 16 they hired the combat director for Devil May Cry 5, so may as well let him cook. But this was that was but a lot of people were aghast at that kind of thing and like it needs to be turn based, and I'm like, why? Because that's what it was doing in the past. That's designed by Gospel.
yeah. It's the same thing as people who played Final Fantasy 16, for example, and says like, "Oh, this is not Final Fantasy." Who said that? They already changed the gameplay so much. Why not change it again?
Or are
uh,
we really going to insist that we need to go back to the spell charge thing from the original if we're supposed to be keeping things traditional?
Yeah, exactly. It's just like a lot of the people who say that they don't understand they're speaking about the franchise who's already been known to be changed. Like the sequels are not exactly the sequels. They don't even take place in the same world most of the time. It's just the same brand, similar concepts and vibes, similar enemies in some places, but
Mm-hmm.
they all take different forms. You don't really find a lot of elements that are similar to previous Final Fantasy projects in new Final Fantasy projects.
Mm-hmm.
It's like another example of it would be honestly, in lesser extent, Doctor Who. Same thing, different actors, different like representation, different themes, different directors. All of it is different entirely, right?
Yeah.
And if you look at the 11th Doctor era or 7th Doctor era, you would not recognize the show, even though you would see similar enemies, similar stuff happening, similar worlds, yada yada yada.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like some franchises are built upon the nature of change, and to have them deny that change because it doesn't work for some reason and it's not familiar to you, it's foolish.
When
It's
you
plainly.
insist on, in the early days of Dragon Quest, it was such an institution that a new launch of a Dragon Quest game was almost a Japanese holiday because everybody was going to be going out to grab it, so nothing was getting done. Dragon Quest Day became something of a thing. But I think the reason that ended up fading out was due to the fact that it was either not changing or was too slow to change in comparison to the games that were inspired by it, which were doing wholly unique things. Um,
Yeah.
I think this is in the same vein in the world of tabletop. This is why something like Mork Borg was able to stand on its own, even as being a somewhat old school hack of a retro clone, because it has an identity.
Yeah, it has a lot of identity. A lot of people, when they try to make the same shit, they don't realize that they need to stand out, even if it's in a weird way. Being weird, seen as weird, will probably give you more memorability and staying power than trying to do what everyone else is doing, which is going to be the same thing everyone else is doing.
Oh. I've talked with the developer of Talislanta, and the funny thing about that is he was going to do a new edition that was going to be using 5e. Then the fiasco happened, and he decided, you know what? Fuck it. This is going to be Talislanta's 6th edition. We're not using 5e, but even after 35 years, still no elves. and Talislanta has maintained a dedicated following because of the fact that it is not trying to do the Tolkien-esque fantasy approach. I mean, that no elves thing that was just part of an ad from I think Dragon magazine back in the day, became a key part of its identity over the years. Like he was specifically drawing more upon the works of Jack Vance than anything else.
Yeah.
And the idea of I feel like something that we see this quite a bit with the Japanese tabletop scene, but the idea of a generic example of a genre representative isn't really present. Like
not present.
Sword World isn't generic fantasy. It has a specific setting, whether it be 1.0, 2.0, or 2.5. They have
it's the same world, honestly. Like, it's just different continents, different stuff to do. Like, yeah.
2.0 and 2.5, yes. 1.0, not so
Well,
much.
yeah, it's more loosely connected. I do agree on that.
Like the mythology between 1.0 and 2.0 is very different from each other.
Yeah, I think in 2.0 they did establish the personality that they wished to establish with, and they just kind of ran with it ever since. That's when they kind of like centered and completely realized everything they wanted to do.
Yeah, and with say Tenra, that isn't trying to be fantasy Japan. Tenra is this very specific futuristic yet feudal approach.
Yeah.
Within a lot of those games, I've noticed a lot of emphasis on factions, different potential NPCs that could be used, but there's not a whole lot of mechanics that you can just divorce without a lot of house ruling. I may have said that Sword World could really work as a setup for a Dark Souls game, but I still have to do a heavy amount of house rules in order to do it.
Of course.
And
it's like you need to realize your own setting, your own vibe for it, because there is already an established world, and for better or worse, sometimes most of the time for better, but sometimes for worse, is that you need to take into account that a lot of the mechanics of the worlds are revolving around the setting, like a lot of the class mechanics, a lot of the schools They have specific region they are present in.
Hmm.
A lot of the battle magic, right? They operate on the rules within the world.
Yeah.
In some futuristic worlds, you would not be able, if you wanted to do a futuristic world, right, where guns are a thing, you would not be able to do that much because the class is linked to the fact that the guns in this world are functioning off magic. That's just how they work.
Mm-hmm. Like if
And
if
it's
I
just,
wanted if
yeah,
I wanted to hack Sword World to be something more like Wild Arms, because I love Wild Arms, I'd have to make a whole new. I'd have to make so much new everything that I'm not making a Sword World hack anymore. I'm making a whole different game.
exactly.
Um, I do and even in that there are some entries that I want to explore just because of the absurdity of the concept, like summon skate, which is combining figure skating and using the figures that you're skating as summoning circles, and you actually have to draw these circles as part of the game's mechanics. It is absolutely nuts, and I love it. Um, and I can't remember the name, but I remember hearing talk about a TTRPG that was meant to be something of a parody of VTubing,
Yeah.
with VTubing Dragon Girls.
I think I saw that one. I think I might have saw that one.
Yeah,
Uh,
I remember seeing that, but that's if you. It's one of those premises that, depending on the circle, if you try and pitch that you're doing that, you get a bunch of "it'll never works," and that is the fact that that's not as present in certain areas is far more inspiring. Um, Even the idea of having mecha in a fantasy setting, there would be the whole thing of, that'd be unrealistic or the like, and I'm like, fuck realism.
Honestly, mecha in fantasy anime actually exists. Tenchi-ryo. There's an anime about a fantasy with Tenchi, one of the older dudes from the dawn of all the harem anime. Tenchi gets transported into this world where there's elves and etc., all the fantasy shit, and they fight with mechas, and it works. Let me
Oh,
actually find it. Tenchi to mecha. Yeah, Sekijin. There you go. Sacred Mechanoids. Tenchi Myo War on Geminar. There you go.
mm-hmm.
There it is. It's an actual fantasy anime with fantasy characters, flying castles, magic, and everything. But you have sacred gears, which are mecha.
Mm-hmm. Um, I'm and of course there's been stuff like well, we knew it internationally as Vanguard Bandits, but in Japan it was Epica Stella, um, which is doing the fantasy mecha thing. There's been various cases, but something that I think is worth noting, and I've talked about this on some of my other streams, is how genre is treated.
Uh huh.
Within a lot of fan bases, I've noticed that genre is treated as a kind of segregated affair.
Yeah.
You
It's
have
mutually exclusive.
Yeah, you have what you're supposed to do in fantasy and nothing else, sci-fi and nothing else, sword and planet and nothing else. Although when you really look at some of those genres, especially in their early days, the
I mean,
line
Star
isn't
Wars
as
is basically fantasy in space. It's kind of sci-fi and fantasy together. It's like, yeah, it can work, and it did work. One of the most popular franchises in the world did work with exactly that way. I don't know why there is a problem of combining these things.
I jokingly said it's a problem. It's a problem to combine these things until it isn't. Oh, and but you look at a lot of media that coming out of East Asia in general and Japan specifically. There's a lot of playing fast and loose with genre. Um, not
Yeah.
to I brought this up when FF16 came around. I saw a lot of people saying that FF was going back to its medieval fantasy roots, and I'm like, that is not a thing. There has not been medieval
fantasy
roots, because
roots.
even the original, even the first FF wasn't strictly medieval fantasy. It was drawing up on steampunk, science fiction, and just anything else they felt like putting in, because fuck it, it's either Sakaguchi makes this work or he goes back to doing teaching.
Yeah.
And I've used the term Gestalt fantasy to refer to this kind of fast and loose approach. You look at, say, the Thief games. They are definitely doing a kind of a medieval-esque approach, but just happen to have electricity in places, and use that as part of the theming for a whole faction, that being the Hammerites.
Yeah.
You have this idea of not trying to replicate a particular part of history with the setting, because, well, in a lot of these cases it's not taking place in historical Earth, so why would you try to be just like that? Like if you're introducing the idea that magic is something semi-commonplace, that's going to have its own implications in the way a culture develops. So just putting it off to, it's in these secluded towers by these weird ass wizards, that's a bandage. And you look at something, Sword World, when you really get down to it, is a post apocalypse.
Yeah, it's a post apocalypse, with fantasy elements being born out of a continuous evolution of the world. Even like the monsters in this game are effectively not fantasy, just monsters existing. A lot of it's just like a bad product of a war that happened, which is a very sci-fi concept.
Yeah. You have the divine civilization period, then things went to shit. Then you had the magic civilization period. Then people started messing around with demons and things went to shit. Then you had the Magitech civilization period, and then the Diabolic Triumph happened and things went to shit, and now things are recovering. I should say things went to shit with the Divine Civilization because of the whole thing with the two swords, and then the third showed up.
Oh yeah.
But in something like Tenra, you also have effectively a hot war and a cold war at the same time.
Yeah, effectively, honestly.
You have the hot war between all the different feudal lords, and you have a cold war between the two divided courts of the Shinto priesthood.
Yeah.
One of them deciding to work more openly, while the other wants to do the whole open secret thing still.
And yeah, that's a good thing. Honestly, my favorite TTRPGs in general are born out of that fun playing with genre situation. Yeah, sure, there's some systems that I enjoy that do double down on a singular genre, but for example, that game I mentioned, the Magical Girls one with the cards. What it does instead is that it's not magic they're using; is they are utilizing the energy source from within, like the willpower and such a magical concept. But ultimately,
key.
It's effectively key, yeah. It's effectively key, and they're utilizing that concept to fuel a technological mechanical costume that they can get to transform into. It has rockets, it has firearms, it has actual weapon systems, and it has flying systems. It's not the standard frilly magical girl costume. It's a full-on mechanoid weapon that you are wielding and you're fueling with your inner power. I am fighting against those who wish to corrupt that inner power and create their own weird robotic creatures with it, right? That's how it works. It's an innate fusion of the genre of sci-fi and mecha and the fighting combat stuff, and to adjust it to the magical girl genre but also retain both of their identity.
Hmm. And when it comes to, I've always been fond of when games have it that their mechanics and the narrative are intertwined with each other. Essentially, the yin and yang in a taiji.
Yeah.
And I often use L5R as one of my examples with that because a Shugenja is not the same as a typical mage. A Shugenja has more in common with say a Omyoji or a
Priest. Yeah.
a Taoist priest
Yeah, a priest. Yeah.
because they are not casting spells directly. They are asking the kami to perform a service.
Yeah.
And and the mechanics for it reflect that, with especially with some cultures having more of an affinity for certain types of kami than others. And of course, then you have the void stuff, which
Yeah.
I'd rather not go into.
It's a different beast. I know Life L5R. It's a D system of its own, and it's probably a separate stream entirely to discuss our favorite stuff.
Yeah, I will note that a lot of people are surprised when I say my favorite clan out of L5R is the Scorpions,
They're pretty cool, honestly.
because they're a fascinating paradox of being lying, thieving, backstabbing bastards who are fanatically loyal.
Yeah, that's an interesting paradox, honestly. You'd expect them to go like double down on everything, but no, they're extremely loyal in their backstabbiness.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Now, granted,
uh,
they have done a coup d'état at least once, but
at least once, yeah.
but the thing is, they only ever did it those very few times, and never doing it as blatantly as, say, the Khan trying to take control over everything,
Yeah, exactly.
or or rather take control over everything during a succession issue.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
Um, Also, one moment, I need to go refill my water and do something real quick. I'll be back in like 5 to 10 minutes, 7 minutes. Is that
uh,
if that's okay?
all right, I will set that up.
Yeah.
And we are back and properly hydrated.
Yes, yes, yes. I have a whole jug. What I do go about it, I have like a beer mug, you know, those giant ones.
What, like a stein?
Yeah, like a big mug, big glass mug that
Hmm.
has like half a liter inside, and I just dump water inside, and I can just drink it as I go, like small sips, to maintain my voice.
I'll make like a crap ton of tea or lemonade.
Oh, same. Tea is also a good thing. I
Or
usually do green tea with with some honey.
I just do green tea
Um,
straight.
yeah, I had some honey because it works
Hmm.
wonders for
Yeah.
voice.
Um, I do one thing that was absolutely hilarious was when the Goblin Slayer TRPG got translated, and a bunch of people were like, "Why
Hmm.
didn't they use D&D for this?" And they ended up getting a harsh lesson that D&D doesn't have that kind of foothold in Japan. Um,
Yeah, exactly. Plus,
and
I think Goblin Slayer as a whole, while clearly obviously it is a TTRPG inspired concept as a whole, so it was
yeah,
not
because
no surprise it would be translated into a TTRPG soon enough.
yeah,
It has things that make it stand out much more, like the naming scheme, also the Goblin Archer, like or something, or the human something something. The fact that they actually legitimately get called that is interesting.
yeah, there. Yes, it was based on the creators' D&D sessions in college. However, just because of that doesn't mean that it needs to, because after all, the same thing was said with Lodos, and obviously any Lodos TTRPG stuff you're gonna find now, aside from the original replays, is probably not going to be using D&D's rule set. And truth be told, the way the world of Lodos has evolved wouldn't really fit um,
True,
D&D's
that's true.
approach.
Yeah, D&D is not a household name. They have their own fantasy games that they enjoy much more. Again, not to repeat the same thing we already did, but Sword World is a prime example of a very popular fantasy game that they use. And it's just like there's no place of this giant mega franchise in there because they like variety more so than anything else.
Well, variety seems to be the bigger thing, because a lot of the large companies or larger, whether it be Fear or Adventure Planning Service, they put out a bunch of different games that all work differently from each other. Like
Yeah,
for Fear, you've got some obviously Double Cross, like I mentioned before, but
yeah.
Tokyo Nova, Blade of Arcana, All Shard, all of those work differently from each other. Um, for Adventure Planning Service, they're responsible mostly for things like Make You Kingdom and Shinobi Gami, and those two games have barely anything in common with each other. Uh, like the only thing the only thing they have in common is they're in books. But in a roundabout way, it could be said that the relationship between computer RPGs and tabletop RPGs was reversed in Japan.
Yeah.
Computer RPGs came first; they got popular. Then TTRPGs came over, and people were like, "Let's take what we were doing with CRPGs and bring them to the table." Uh,
Yeah, effectively.
which, for a guy like me, who's always felt that there's been more crossover than people are willing to admit, um, is certainly interesting, especially since over the last 20 or so years, I've seen more and more people want to try and adapt elements from video games into TTRPGs and vice versa. Um, I do, or even stuff like game books. Um, I thought it was very interesting when Lone Wolf got a video game adaptation some years back, just as one example. Or there was a mobile game I played for a brief minute that really had an impression on me called God of Blades, which was its own little tribute to like pulp fantasy from the 1920s, to the point where there were certain unlocks that you could only get by playing the game in a library or a bookstore, which was a very interesting way to do things. And yes, I know the common argument that there's going to be more things you can do in a TTRPG than in a video game. I know. But given how people were so attached to their version of Shepard in, say, Mass Effect, it's not something you can just write off.
Yeah, you definitely just cannot change it immediately. Yeah, definitely though.
Or just dismiss out of hand. And
Mm-hmm.
I think with a lot of folk who have that kind of mindset, they've put the way that they know as their own personal identity. And the thing is that you're somebody who plays role playing games. You're not a role player.
Yeah, exactly. There is a different way of approaching these games. Well, on one side, you can just basically go ahead and play it like as a board game. It's just like, I throw dice to attack with my sword, right? It's not a bad way to do it, and nobody can tell you that it's a bad way to do it. But other people go about it in like a role play fashion. They basically, I have a character, I need to do this, that. So same thing applies here. Like if you want to play a character, Sword World as a simple tabletop game where you are not required to have much of a character. There's like even example sheets out there that you just don't need to build your own character. Mm-hmm. It's like choosing your token out of the existing tokens, or you can go full on in narrative and everything and NPCs and yada 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 yada, which is why Damon's Line is so bare bones, as a module.
It very much there's a whole lot of improv that I've had to do when it comes to it, and even the translators made note of that. But I do think it provides an interesting sandbox design. I just wish I didn't have to do as much jumping. Just with I've only done one session. They've only just gotten into the first shallow abyss.
Yeah.
At least the outer area of the shallow abyss.
Yeah.
If you look at each of the major full scale modules within Sword World, each of them is doing something different. Like Demon's Line is doing something very different from, say, Fairy Garden, which was doing something very different from Dragon Raid. I know Dragon Raid was 2.0, not 2.5, but the point still stands. Each of them has their own little quirks, their own little subsystems that's unique to them, and that's something I wish I would see more of when it comes to the way module design is done. A lot of times when adventures are written out, the idea of putting a specific mechanic for that adventure is almost frowned on.
Yeah,
like it's just meant to be a series of scenes, or God help you, just a dungeon crawl with set monsters. If there's one thing I think TTRPG designers should take from video games, and some folks in Japan have already done it, some folks in the West have already done it, is the idea of set pieces. The idea of set pieces in terms of a specific scene that has its own spin on the core mechanics to represent a certain theme.
Yeah.
I've experimented in the past with trying to do combat that has different staging, instead of having combat in a dungeon, why not have combat on the side of a colossus?
Yeah, exactly. I think a lot of people really do not they do not they underestimate the value of having the big set piece in the background. It's just like it's not we're fighting the group of bandits on boots on the ground in the forest. It's we're fighting a big group of bandits that came on a flying ship, and we need to jump between the ship parts, and the ship falls down, and the new ship appears, and you need to dodge the bullets from the people who like shooting from above on the ship's other ships. And there's a big ass fucking tornado approaching that is coming right now.
I often recommend to people the book Blowing Up the Movies, since that's basically going through various popular movies and seeing what sort of set piece design can be drawn from. The other thing I've drawn upon is something that was brought up with one of my favorite shooters of the seventh generation, Fear. They had specifically cited The Matrix and Hard Boiled as two of their major inspirations. And in the case of Hard Boiled, they specifically cited the tea house scene, the tea house shootout in Hard Boiled. And it's not just a few bullets here or there. No, you've got furniture getting destroyed. You've got various glassware and porcelainware getting wrecked. You've got bottles getting destroyed. The whole tea house is getting just completely trashed with all the bullets.
Yeah.
And of course, with all of that debris all over the place, it affects how you're able to see. Because if somebody's wanting to play a game that's in that same feel as in this case a John Woo movie, or even implement that in a game that originally doesn't support it, having a moment that is dedicated to that, I think, is going to stick out.
Yeah.
When the Master Chief Collection came on the PC and the modding tools came around with it, I ended up revisiting Halo and going through some of the specific moments in that are more remembered. Even if some of them are remembered in all the wrong reasons, like the Scarab with Halo 2, which Bungie has buried every chance they got. They did not like the way the Scarab worked.
Yeah.
But it's what I remember going through Exalted 2nd Edition. They suggested the idea of instead of doing a fight on boots on the ground, do a fight where you're fighting on top of you're fighting while using the tips of spears as your footing, right in the middle of a war that's already going on. Just that sort of embrace the ridiculous. That's why I give a middle finger to realism as a lot of people understand it.
Yeah, realism has its place in certain systems and certain games as long as you theme it around it ultimately. But realism can be a big crutch and a big detriment to actually having fun.
My approach has always been believability over realism.
Yeah,
and the main reason I say that is I'm reminded of the tagline for the original Superman movie. You will believe that a man can fly. And I figure if you present it in a proper way, then you can have an audience go along with it, because the audience at the end of the day wants to be tricked. They want to be immersed. They want to be invested in whatever world you're trying to present them with. And even if that is less realistic, quote unquote, there's still that is still that connection. I remember I think it was Grant Morrison or somebody else saying that a child can understand why Superman can fly. An adult is asking about all this useless shit about how Superman can fly.
Yeah, exactly. It's just I'm not exactly infallible on this side, but overthinking is a very common killer of fun, and like sure, you can be immersed, right? You can be immersed in an unrealistic world if you try hard enough, because in an unrealistic world, what you consider unrealistic would be realistic.
As long as the only thing, of course, is to make sure consistency is there.
Oh yeah, of course. It's not like if you establish a rule that someone can fly if they I don't know, sneeze hard enough, Like just example, a ridiculous example. If Steve Elliott can fly, and suddenly you do a scene where a character sneezes and they do not fly, that would be weird, right? It's just like as long as consistency is maintained, your imagination is the limit. Really,
Yeah.
that's only it.
And in that same vein, you can that's not this you can have shifts in genre as long as they're done proper. Um, I've often called this kind of thing the Medica Box moment, because
Yeah.
Medica Box started as a slice of life type of anime and then became a battle anime midway through.
Yeah, it was kind of weird. Medaka herself is a weird parody of all of the over all of the tropes that are being popular these days. Like she is almost preemptive parody of all these overpowered protagonists that are basically plaguing the scene these days, of like the what's it called, the solo leveling. That's something. A few other characters, mostly from Korea, I would say. The more popular. Like I see all these shorts online, right, of these same looking characters doing same looking things from different franchises, and people, oh yeah, kill them all. It's like, okay, thank you. You have no taste in fiction.
Yeah, I
And it's
have
just like, yeah.
I haven't seen Solo Leveling. I remember looking into it when I was researching the concept of lit RPGs. Um, I will admit that some that I wasn't all that enthused, because it looked like it had a protagonist who seemed a bit plain in his design.
Now imagine the fact that okay, so how solo leveling works. If you've seen one arc of solo leveling, you know exactly how it works. Okay, let me paint you a scene. You have a threat, just a threat. Let's say call it a threat. It could be a bug, could be something monster. And then a threat rolls out and starts being threatening for a bunch of nobodies, NPCs who were introduced in this particular arc. They go try to deal with the threat, TM. The threat completely wipes the floor with them, because the author needs to show how exactly strong the threat, quote unquote, is. Then, after 12 chapters of wasting time on that, the big dick protagonist rolls up, and then he destroys the threat into chapters without breaking a sweat or doing anything significant. And then every girl in the 2 to 3 mile radius wants to suck his dick automatically.
Mm-hmm. I suppose I can pick on Sword Art Online for kind of making that problem worse, but the the issue. I'm perfectly fine with a protagonist that could be considered overpowered. What it because power fantasies are certainly nothing new.
Of course.
But the proper way to use it is either having it that the threats are all the more worse than them, or having it that they aren't really the focus. And
One Punch Man.
yeah, I'd say if there's anybody who seems to be the bigger protagonist instead of in terms of having an arc in One Punch Man, it's Genos.
It's Genos, yeah, exactly. Every single character involved has a certain character arc going. That's the amazing part of it. About all of the side characters get their own little arcs. Tank Top Master gets a little arc. All of the characters who interact with Saitama get an arc. King is consistently developing as a character all the time. All of the Tatsumaki also has its own thing. All of them have really cool fights in which they are capable, showing how capable they are. Hell, in recent arc in when they redid they redid the fight with Garo entirely, Murata, when he did the manga, right? In the original webcomic, Saitama wipes the floor with Garo.
Mm-hmm.
And in the remake, something different happened. In that they actually did have a face-off that is genuinely on equal level. But the problem is, it breaks Saitama's expectations here because it was miserable for him. The cost was the life of his best friend. And it's just like he's not having fun in this situation. He's just angry. and it gets reversed back, and he realizes that it may not have been worth it. Like this particular scenario, it may not have been worth it at all, right? And the only reason they can kind of solve this problem is because time travel, but it's fine. So that's sort of subverting even Saitama, who's universally known as the most undefeatable being in the entire universe of all worlds, right? He's comically undefeatable. Even he was faced with someone who could genuinely punch him in the face and draw blood. And that's just something that necessary. It's necessary to place obstacles. And the manga went out of its way to showcase that if he does encounter someone who's worth, everyone is dead. Because just the clash of these two people going at it full power, it's going to blow things up. And it's just going to destroy everything, right?
Yeah.
So having OP characters face their match is kind of fun too, honestly.
Yeah, and I've often used Judge Dredd as another case because, and I'm not going to use the comic because the comic goes everywhere at once over the years, so I'll instead use the 2013 movie, which is really fucking good. Dredd is not the one who really gets a arc in that story. It's Anderson.
Yeah.
Dredd is just the foundation character in it. And since we brought up Goblin Slayer, you kind of have a similar thing because if there's anybody who's the quote unquote protagonist in that, it's Priestess.
Yeah.
I mean, then one could argue that it's not doing the protagonist thing, but if I can't use protagonist, then audience surrogate would be probably a better word. And in that regard, that's more or less what Priestess was in that. A rookie adventurer who got in way over her head and had to learn the hard way how adventuring is really like.
I'd like to call these people like Goblin Slayer and Saitama the basically living, breathing plot. They are there to make the plot move along. They are there to insert it in a certain key aspects, especially One Punch Man, Saitama. He's there inserted in key aspects of the story in order to allow the plot, like whatever the plot gets stuck. He is there to just kind of like push it through effectively, which is actually kind of turned into a character driven moment because he's like there and thinking, I'm always late. Wow, what kind of hero am I? Like that's kind of existential moment he had for a second. But yeah, it's like he is there to be a bit goofy, a bit silly because he's so apathetic about everything. But he's also there to push the plot along. Same thing with Goblin Slayer. With Goblin Slayer does not do the call him Goblin. A lot of the plot stuff just simply wouldn't happen. And everyone around him are the ones who deliver who get delivered the large amounts of like immediate arcs. Because Goblin Slayer himself, he's kind of old, slowly over time develops as a character. Like you don't really see it because he's so stoic, but he's like slowly over time he changes, right? but that's just not the main focus of the story because he's always the mask. He's always somewhere in the background vibing. He doesn't talk too much.
Yeah.
And everyone else around him develop instead, right?
Mhm.
That's just how that story functions.
Yeah.
So to me, when a solo leveling, it wants to have a cake and eat it at the same time. It wants to have a stoic, cool protagonist that is a force of nature, that is the force of moving the plot, but it also sucks at everything else. It doesn't have the side characters that are strong enough to pull along the plot and strong enough to have arcs and strong enough to have anything. It doesn't have arcs.
I mean, I know some might argue, well, if you're going to call the game solo leveling, having it be focused on a party is contradicting that. I'm not sure it is. Because well, we have plenty of pulp heroes who are that solo badass, but have a strong supporting cast, and that's pretty much the foundation for like 90% of superhero comics since the 50s.
Yeah.
Like you look at
Hell.
you look at the
Mhm.
big ones, they have their supporting cast, even if they're supposed to be a solo.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing is, solo leveling is not even solo leveling by nature. He's a necromancer.
Mm-mm.
He summons things that fight for him. So that doesn't even count as solo leveling.
Well, let's be honest. Necromancy is just being a Pokemon trainer with extra steps.
Exactly. It's just like you get all of these. If these summons were just basically puppets, right? I would understand it, right? It's still solo. He commands them by his powers and everything. That's his power. No shade in that. But they are actual characters with actual personalities that actually do things, and they do the same thing. A lot of the Korean manhwa protagonist things do, is that they all collectively suck the protagonist dick, like all the time. It's so annoying.
And
It's legit.
I've already ranted with certain other shows when they try and pull the Mary Sue or Gary Stu, and their fan bases try and insist that that isn't the case. Looking right at you, every Korra stan who tries to tell me that I'm wrong for calling a spade a spade.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like same thing. My same thing. I have a problem with Overlord, right? Where sure it's done with quirky, and sure he's like personality, his personality, sure world building, but the world building and all of it doesn't really it doesn't really have a purpose to me personally. If there's nothing in there that is meaningfully challenging for the protagonist, and there isn't, like genuinely. It's a world that is intentionally made to be underleveled compared to the protagonist and his forces.
Mm-hmm.
They have no challenge in it. And all of the minions of the protagonist, which are the NPCs from the MMO he created, like for the guild, right? All of the guild members created an NPC for the guild as guardians to be like, if someone attacks their shit, right, they can be defended, right? That's basically how it works. The automatic defenders NPCs stuff, right? Similar to how in whole Log Horizon you have NPCs and players, like separation. Same thing
Mm-hmm.
here. And these guardians of the monster races, right? They basically all spend the entire runtime of their existence sucking the main protagonist's dick. It's played so much. It's played so much. And sure, he's not a Gary Stu. He's not perfect at all. He's kind of a coward. He's kind of overthinker. He is pretending to be perfect, but he isn't. That's the main basic thing. But ultimately, when the internal conflict he has about a lot of stuff doesn't really lead to anything, I think that's just useless. It's like it's a character that is wasted on like the if it's a cool conflict that things makes him like reconsider things and not do those certain things and maybe go against the wishes of his guardians occasionally, right? But he's just going along with the flow. Honestly, he just doesn't do anything. He's not a force. He just gets dragged along with the plot by his guardians, who basically decided that hey, our master probably wants to take over the world, and he went okay. So he's not even he's an overpowered protagonist who shows no will, and that's the paradox that I find to be completely weird to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can certainly see it. Um, I've al- I've often said that if somebody wants to see what Ainz would look like if done properly, look at the Skelly Pope Nagash.
Hmm.
Even though Nagash is a complete and total bastard, he does it with such style that I can't be mad.
Yeah.
I mean, to the point where when he was an asshole in life, then he died, and he decided, you know what, I don't like the fact that I can't do anything while I'm dead. So his ghost just possessed his own corpse and kept
Hmm.
on doing. It's like, oh, I'm dead. Well, I may as well get back to work. the the same thing with Cetra the Imperishable, who has a list of titles so long it lasts 2 hours for his herald to go through all of his titles.
Hmm.
Um, in both of them, they are supremely arrogant to the point of their arrogance having its own orbit, but doing it with such conviction and such style that it's hard to not that it's hard to hate it.
Hmm.
And I have it's funny we bring up this whole thing of overpowered characters, because there's been an argument in some design circles about making characters too powerful or making characters into superheroes at certain levels. The whole nobody plays D&D at high levels because you're too superhero, you're too boring. And I'm like, no. I choose to take the brawl minus approach. Make everybody ridiculously powerful, and make the enemies as ridiculously powerful.
Exactly. That's the point. I like when the combat is gritty, when you're like fighting by the skin of your teeth. But also, 5e follows this weird mentality, to me at least, that making someone too powerful is bad. Like there's spell slots. You cannot use more than a certain amount of fireball per day. You cannot use more than a certain amount of I choose
The
to attack 3 times instead of 2 per day.
the
You
Vancian
cannot.
model never made narrative sense to me, and
It
that's base
doesn't.
because that whole model of only being able to use it at a certain amount of times per day, that is an artifact of chainmail. And in chainmail, fine, wizards are supposed to be artillery in that setup, but narratively, I understand the fact that it's an inspiration that's inspired from Jack Vance's work, the whole having to memorize spells and all of that. But when you have a very high fantasy setting where magic is commonplace, it's hard to make that argument.
Yeah. And even in other situations, not even in magic, right? Even in the situation with barbarian, like standard barbarian, you can only rage 2 times per day, and only 2 times per day. Who told that? Like, can I just get angry 2 times per day? Like, can I not use this rage as a gag? Like, I got lost my meat bun, for example, and my meat bun fell off table, and accidentally got so mad I raged. Like, that'd be funny.
Um, I remember house ruling it that instead of berserk rage being I'm getting really angry, it's I'm being temporarily possessed by the spirit of a bear or a wolf, and that spirit's only going to work with me so often.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like times per day mechanic is requires you to again backseat develop it, just to say like, oh, this is actually this and actually that. And honestly, the worst part that irks me about 5e design choices, and that spread into a lot of the Western games because of how popular 5e is that there is only one path forward. Ultimately speaking, there is. Like, sure,
which
casters get like casting stuff. You can choose spells, but ultimately, every single caster will use the same spells because certain spells are just better than the other spells, and we all know it.
you know what's funny about that? I mentioned
Yeah.
before that fourth edition is the edition I'm told I'm supposed to hate. Is I would hear so often that fourth edition was trying to turn D&D into WoW, said by people who don't know anything about
Hmm.
MMO design, but we're not talking about that. But there was all this talk about how limiting the classes became, and putting aside the fact that you had a bit of leeway when it came to choosing your powers that you got at certain levels, as well as the fact that you didn't have the linear quadratic problem nearly as much as you do now. Like I'm seeing all of these problems that were legitimately addressed, and I look at fifth edition for all of its advances. It is a regression,
It is.
and
Oh.
I contrast that with 13th Age, which was done by Heinso and Tweet, and all the more appropriate since that's getting a second edition, which is starting its Kickstarter next month.
Hmm.
Um, you look at even you look at there are certain restrictions that martial characters and casters have with their abilities, but
Hmm.
it's not like it's a case where you just can't use it. It's more of there's certain things you'd have to do in order to recover it, or it's drawing upon a pool of resources that you're only going to have so much of.
Yeah, of course.
You know, there's ways to go about it, and I I that's why I like the idea of using key type aspects. Or I remember Slayer's D20 had the concept of you can cast that spell all you want, but casting spells tires you out. Like you take fatigue damage every time you use magic because it is a draining experience.
Or the mana system
Mm-hmm.
in the Sword World as well, which is functioning very well because you have all these spells as long as you are leveled up to a certain level of the caster that is responsible for the respective magic tree. You can just use that magic tree as you see fit.
Mm-hmm.
And you have your own mana pool to draw from, which can be expanded upon mana potions, those automaton racial feature as well that allows you to convert HP into mana points.
Mm-hmm.
um, and it's just like you can have your cake here, right? You
And
still have limited resources,
that
but
applies
still.
just as much to a lot to um some of the minor classes that have their own mechanics.
Yeah, exactly.
Like one of the big ones, of course, is the alchemist, who
Yeah.
is using things that are not spells, but through the evocations with the cards he gets from harvesting stuff if he's not buying them himself. Um, and the power of the card determines the power of the effect. And of course, the effect
Yep.
requires certain cards. He basically turns it into a game of Magic: The Gathering, which is why our fairy tamer slash alchemist decided to cut out the middleman and just make his alchemy kit look like a dual disc.
Honestly fair.
Um,
honestly, honestly fair.
mm-hmm. the there's also the whole edge mechanic with the tactician, which is very much built on the whole escalating momentum kind of thing, and the resources is meant to encourage a combat loop. You know, you use one aspect of it to build edge and support your allies, then use the other, then spend that edge to support yourself.
Yeah, Yeah, it's kind of like tactician. Tactician simulates the loop of someone who's like actively thinking about the bigger picture in it, and it's like, I need to do this, move my allies over there, move my allies over here, and then I need to like activate the edge in order to progress my own little combat situation. This is a good simulation of what it would look like of someone who like thinks about the battlefield overall, which is cool. Yeah, I like it.
Hmm. And in th- in that vein, I think one particular thing that I had been considering in the past, but really considered exploring further in designs once I started looking further into Sword World, is the idea of classes as skills.
Yeah.
Since I think with doing that, you'd have a much easier way to encourage multi-classing.
Yes. The classes as skill sets instead of identity, though, go a long way in order for you to encourage people to pick and choose. Your identity entirely is built upon several classes clashing together and creating the magical knight or the alchemist fairy tamer or something like that. It's just like it's created on the middle ground between all of these things that you are capable of. And the same thing that is being the same encouragement happens because when you are a marksman, right, you cannot shoot a rifle until you are a magitech user, right? You cannot do that, right? So you need to combine those two classes in order to be able to, shoot a gun. And
Hmm.
that goes out of its way to also encourage it.
Yeah, I've plus some. I think in something like say Shadowrun, it would resolve its problem where it's had this half in half out about class design. Because on paper, you should you should Shadowrun should be freeform. In practice, there are archetypes that are so consistent with each other that they may as well be classes in that game. Like you're gonna have somebody who, if somebody is doing freeform and they want to do combat, they're gonna be leaning into the street samurai archetype. There's gonna be some that are gonna lean into the decker or later on hacker or riggers or combat mages or shamans and the like, and of course the good old face man. But
Hmm.
it's totally freeform, even though in practice it isn't. I mean, you also I mean, and obviously L5R had the whole schools thing, which is more of an archetype. There's that's built around one of the major pillars. You know, Bushi, Shugenja, Courtier.
Yeah.
Later on, Monk. Um,
Yeah.
but it's not like it's not like it's trying to pretend that it's freeform. I think because there's certain when it comes to class design, the way classes and identity. I honestly think that this is something that a lot of people haven't examined too much because there's been this assumption of, oh, we always do it this way.
Yeah. Again, same thing. Always do this way.
And I think the idea of doing classes as a either as a skill, or when Kingdoms of Amalur came out, I experimented with the idea of a class being something that you're automatically considered based on how you spread your core stats.
Yeah.
Uh, and the tier of that class based on how far you advance in that. It's, you know, taking the usual idea of class design and flipping it on its head. And this is as a coda, this is why I think that people who have a stronger background with the indies instead of just the world's most litigious role playing game, as we call it, have are going to have an easier time getting into Japanese tabletop. And with what Lion Wing is doing, I think we're going to see more eyes on it.
Mm.
Um,
Yeah, definitely.
because what's been, like I said, what's been done in indies isn't too far removed from the same line of thinking of creating games that are built with a specific thing in mind instead of trying to build some universal template. I mean, GURPS had its footprint in Japan, but didn't really stick. Just to use
Yeah.
that as an example. I mean, although to be fair, I have a hard time getting people to play GURPS even in my own language.
Yeah.
'Cause I like GURPS, don't get me wrong, but it is a case of having a very high floor. Especially since you need
Yeah.
like 2 or 3 session zeros just to get everybody on the same page, and once the expansion books come in, it becomes not a game, it becomes a cry for help. But with all of that said, I do want to thank you for coming all the way to my temple and indulging me in this little unorthodox experiment.
Yeah.
Um, and I do hope to do this again in the future with other topics whenever the
Of
inspiration
course.
strikes.
Of
Um,
course. Of course.
as I often say around here, drinking is not mandatory, but it is encouraged.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Honestly, speaking, this was a little fun little talk because you don't usually get to talk to people who are as knowledgeable about the topic as you, and not even like knowledgeable, but there's a deep understanding of it.
Mm-hmm.
That is not like fluid. That is not like static. It needs to be fluid in order to be able to remain afloat for longer than it needs to be. And unfortunately, for the last 10 years, it wasn't really fluid as much.
Mm-hmm.
That's just how it is.
Yeah, and
um,
meanwhile, I've been on a crusade to try and expand the hobby.
yeah. You need to expand your horizons. You need to try new things because if you don't try new things, you will never get stuff. You will never get stuff like Final Fantasy 14 Reborn.
Mm-hmm.
Just as if the creators of that game didn't try new things, didn't try other MMOs, didn't try other game stuff. You need to competition in all manners of ways is the guide of progress. Even if competition in your own interest, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you want to play video games, like I play a lot of Helldivers 2 recently. It's been really inspiring for me in terms of storytelling because of how it approaches it. It's like a big ass TTRPG campaign
Yeah.
that 200 to plus thousand people play at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like a global war. You go there, there's global orders. You go there, you capture this planet. Then the bugs do their attack and they capture this planet. And then you defend this planet. And then there's like new character, new threats arrive. And the GM says, "Oh, don't worry, units, we can do this." And it's like our losses is displayed, our wins are displayed. You have those skull admiral ranks and all that. It's just like this is how it works. People draw you in by making you role play without you realizing that they're making you role play.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just like that's I like the same kind of attitude this game has, even though it doesn't really have anything to do with tabletop. Ultimately, it is made by people who really love tabletop, it seems, because Joel, the lead designer of the storytelling, is a GM, old school GM. So yeah, it seeps into other stuff, and it can seep into other stuff, and I really enjoy when it does. I really enjoy the mix of genres. I really enjoy all the new systems that come out, and I hope people will give a lot of them a chance.
Mm-hmm.
So I hope to give a chance to some games on my channel as well, which
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be GMing for.
Yeah.
That's basically
And
the purpose.
obviously I'm gonna be doing the same because um in addition to running Sword World on Saturdays, once that campaign's finished, I'm going to be picking something else. But next week, I'm going to be doing a one shot of Veil of the Void.
Well, if you ever need a player,
Uh, yeah, it's just I will I will I've already got the party set up for that one, but for future ones, or even for the actual plays, I'll certainly see about it. Because again, I'm always looking to expand the frontiers when it comes to this whole thing. But with that said, a sincere thanks to everyone who took the time out of their schedule to come onto the show and enjoy the madness. And there will be plenty more where that came from, as there always is here, on the open bar of the internet.
Yes,
But
exactly.
until then, on behalf of the good brothers present and not present, my name is Mildra. I am your gaming monk. Stay fucking frosty, everybody.